Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a good day. Jeez. We had hang on, stop.
She's wrestling with like three different phones at the moment.
What sucks is that it's one phone down. One phone down. I mean, if I had four devices, I would be fine. But this one, anyway. I think we're good now. Good Lord. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. I think that my brain could be fried. There's definitely a possibility. If you've been listening for any length of time, you know that when I co-host from the garage, which does not have central air. And it was, what did I say, 38 degrees here today, mockers? For those who that makes sense to.
That's just shoot me now weather. That.
Oh, I figured out what's wrong. My headphones aren't on.
I thought you sounded weird.
You're coming out of the wrong device. No wonder we were getting such an echo. The hell? Is that any better?
Okay.
No, it's not. Oh, Jesus. Part of it is because there's going, and the air conditioner, which is cooling the house but not me, is going, and all those noises are all. Anyway, let's just shut up now and do a timestamp. Good Lord, this should be better though, because I think I saw my headphones go on. Ay. It's one of those days. That's okay. We got a good timestamp coming up today. It's currently Wednesday, July 22nd in much of the world, but not all of the world. So let's check out what time it is where. Oh, I want to go to Sandy Balls again. In Sandy Balls in the UK, it is 7:02 a.m. And in Bitch in Switzerland and France, it is 8:02 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, it is 9:02 a.m. In the workers' paradise of Cockman Bluff, Australia, it is 2:02 p.m. At the Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 3:02 p.m. In Cockwash Creek, because you got to go to Cockwash Creek if you got the Sandy Balls. Oh, good Lord. And we had the Sandy Balls in the UK, so we had to go to Cockwash Creek. In Australia, it is 3:33 p.m. And in Sausage Gully, it is 4:03 p.m. Now we need to get to Newfoundland. And I would like to thank the listener who listens on a regular basis and while they were on vacation thought of me and my timestamp and sent me a beautiful, beautiful picture of a street sign that said dildo, giving directions to go that way to go to dildo, which I thought was absolutely sweet. And so it is 3:33 a.m. in Newfoundland, in dildo in Newfoundland. And in St. Louis de Haha in Quebec, it is 2:04 a.m. In Climax, Saskatchewan, it is 1:04 a.m. And in Uranus Peak, Idaho, it is 12:04 a.m. Then back here, still on Tuesday, July 21st, in Poo Poo Creek, British Columbia, it is 11:04 p.m. And in Chickaloon, Alaska, it is 10:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin could see Russia from her house, and she quit stalking me, and my brain just had a boop for a second there. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. I'll go stuff your nest and tell us about a couple of booms. I know I sent one this morning. Just as she's actually sending messages in the background. Mocker.
No, it was doing some connecting nonsense in the background.
I know.
By the way, Eureka, you can stay out now. You're not coming in our flipping room anymore.
Booted.
That flipping weirdo trying to request again. I've just kicked him out because I've had enough of that bullshit.
I did exactly the same.
Yeah, well, they can fuck off and piss off and bother somebody else. Oh, sorry. I've just woken up a bit spicy. I've also just eaten 4 rings of pineapple because, that's what you do first thing in the morning. Yeah, I know. I opened the tin last night and I couldn't leave it alone. Right, anyway, morning. Holy smoking wildberries. There's a lot going on, isn't there?
Smoking. Smoking's not the word. That's properly, catastrophic. I've seen some jobs in my time, people, but Jesus H. Majoni, that is, totally involved, fully of just don't even bother going, people. Just, get back on the trucks, go home, because that's done at it.
Yeah, there's some more melting walls that I saw this morning, and I was like, yeah, that's not getting that's not getting sorted out, is it? That's not getting sorted out.
Yeah, they're really good at building stuff that burns really quickly, aren't they? Cheapest shit going. And the stuff that, just propagates fire all the time. So, this is what you're going to get, people. So all your logistic hubs, Russia, are getting burnt. Ooh, shit to be you.
Well, indeed. So let's have a little look at the booms, and then we'll get on to some other stuff. So, it seems to have been highly successful overnight that Ukrainian armed forces have destroyed 2 massive facilities owned by Wildberries in southern Russia. By the way, I'd just like to point out of the 20, at least 20 of the largest Wildberries facilities, big logistics hubs, only 2 of them are currently what would be considered out of range. So just so you know that. So 2 facilities. These 2 were in Krasnodar and Nevinnytsk in Stavropol Krai. And if we're going to go by, ranking, this was the company's 4th and 6th largest, comprising around 270,000 square meters of stuff, and apocalyptic. Now, somebody said, do they not have any fire suppression? Do they not have any sprinklers or anything like that in there? And what would be the answer to that, FireFella?
Oh, behave. No, it's fancy boats and fancy cars. That's their fire suppression. So yes, you can make systems to protect buildings like this, and indeed in the UK and all over Europe we do, and I've seen them in action. But in Russia, we don't even build them. Well, we price for them in the plans, of course, and then we take that money and spend it on something completely different. So the answer is no, they don't.
I had a funny feeling that might be the answer. Yeah. So the fire suppression system is driving around Moscow, pretty swanky car. Yeah.
Aye. Along with the fire detection system as well.
Yeah. So when the Russians tell you that workers died in these places, be aware that they put absolutely no protection in place for the workers to be able to escape. Even just if a sprinkler system only worked for a short period of time, it would buy time for people to get out. And that's the whole point. And instead, we've got this Fireberries going on. Yes, thank you to the commenter who gave me that. Fireberries, indeed. Thousands of workers are now out of a job, by the way. And I love this, right? There's a lot of people just sort of stood in the car park, just sort of watching it. Oh, in fact, that wall's already collapsing. Just sort of watching it, going, what to do? So this is the one at Stavropol, and the owners of all the stuff that was in there. You just wait. We're going to see video upon video upon video of people saying, "My business, everything went up in smoke."
It's already,
And
it's already started, Mockers, isn't it? Have you seen it? I've seen like 3 or 4 already, but yeah,
well,
just going to get worse.
yeah, but we're going to see so much more, aren't we? We're going to see so much more. And you know what happens when people don't get paid because their building has gone up in smoke and they've declared force majeure or Chapter 11 or whatever it is. They don't get paid, so their loans don't get paid, and their house payments don't get paid, and their car payments don't get paid, and oh dear, the Russian budget really suffers. But these able-bodied men are now standing around with nothing to do, so we can draft them into the army. But of course, we'll have to pay them for that. So, can you see how the government's losing out twice here? They're going to have to pay them for signing up to the army, but also they're not going to be paying them enough for them to be paying their bills. So guess what? They're not going to pay their bills. Anyone going to the unemployment office will find themselves on a quick detour to the enlistment office as well, won't they? Oh, yeah. Or they could be offered a delivery driver job in southern Ukraine, perhaps. But at least they don't have to wear that purple uniform anymore, eh? Yeah, anyway. What a mess. What a mess. So, Lady Bavovna has indeed been visiting. Oh, dear. And someone says, if they know what the Russian equivalent of the Sistine Chapel is, perhaps they need to go there and elect a new Putin if they want all the black smoke to stop. Indeed, indeed. Lady Bavovna is angry. Just one after the other, these Wildberries are burning, and I do hope you're crossing them off your bingo card. Let's just have a little look at one assessment here. Long story short, what I believe Ukraine is doing now, and what are the implications, say, hitting half of the 20 Wildberries facilities which are on the bingo card would have. With the crisis of offline retail sales, because remember, shopping centres where you would go shop in person have just closed. They just couldn't carry on their business. So online retail sales became much more prevalent in Russia because you just can't get hold of anything other than your regular everyday groceries unless you shop online. And it turns out that Putin actually bullied out the owner. So remember that lady who had a fight with Kirillovites and her ex-husband about the ownership of Wildberries? Well, she is effectively still the head of the Wildberries business. However, Putin, in order to keep her installed in that position, insisted that she give up 35% of the stake that she had in Wildberries to him. And she did. So technically, this is taking money directly out of Putin's pocket, which is nice. Anyway, so in the last 2 years, online shopping has become a key way for anyone in the regions to purchase goods, apart from your regular groceries. Wildberries is dominant, often called the Russian Amazon, and processes millions of orders daily, supporting a large share of the country's rapidly growing e-commerce sector. Because remember, you can't pay for anything in a shop with a card because there's no internet. So you have to do it all, online on these store sites. So this was around 8.5% of GDP recently, with strong double-digit growth, because, when you're a monopoly, you can pretty much count on growth. Nice, eh? Burning these warehouses halts fulfillment for a huge volume of goods, fashion, electronics, household items, and an immediate revenue loss in billions of rubles. a massive ripple effect to customers and sellers alike, and immediately gives a temporary shift back to physical competitors like Ozon. Now, they can't fully absorb the capacity, however, so they're going to struggle there. But also, Ozon, once all the Wildberries are dealt with, might just be the next target, so that they should consider that. And where revenue is lost, taxes are lost. Exactly. Another side of the story is the labour market. Wildberries employs tens of thousands directly, with large warehouses like Electrostal that have staffing of thousands, and supports far more indirectly through its ecosystem. In a country with already tight labour markets in some regions, this adds localised unemployment pressure and reduces consumer spending power, which creates a further secondary drag on retails and services. And finally, wartime logistics. Wildberry's extensive warehouse and distribution networks have served as a critical dual-use logistics backbone in Russia. While primarily civilian e-commerce platform, it handles vast volumes of goods, including electronics, fibre optic cables. See, I know what it is now. I see it written down in front of me. It's terrible that I can't just pull that out of my head. Especially for FPV drones, obviously. Body armour and other items that support the military effort. Halving the capacity of this creates bottlenecks in moving any of these items from the manufacturers to volunteers or frontline units. This can slow drone production and assembly, repair of equipment, and ad hoc procurement that usually would bypass official military channels. Of course, not all military supplies go through Wildberries. The Russian army does have its own official supply of systems, and there are other online platforms like the Ozon. Plus, Russia's war-focused economy already, and the income from oil and gas will provide some cushioning, but Ukraine's taking care of that too, aren't they? However, repeated attacks or major damage like this makes their logistics less efficient, further increases the cost, and forces further changes as a whole that weakens the military's ability to stay supplied over time. And that's the thing. All these guys who are going to end up like at the military enlistment office, what they're going to be going off to war in? Flip-flops? Who's going to be buying them, their outfits to go to war? Because, well, the army seem to provide the barest of bare minimums of everything. That is like going to be a real problem for them. That remember those winter uniforms that they had in a big warehouse, and then when they opened the warehouse door, there were none there because some effer had sold them, or maybe they just never bought them in the first place. Well, that's going to be what happens, and literally people will be going off to war in their flip-flops because there'll be nowhere to procure anything else. So that just going on about like how that's a bad thing. Now, Russians are having a real moment right now. All these apocalyptic fires are upsetting them, and expect to see a lot more of this. Now, it wasn't just these two Wildberries facilities that were hit overnight, although, I mean, they are beautiful. They are beautiful. So this is like, so there's 3 that have been completely destroyed and 2 that have been damaged, as far as I'm aware, and it's all the biggest ones. So that's nice. So we've got Fedosia in Crimea. There appears to have been something happened over there. Fedosia and Alushta in Crimea has no lights. No lights at all. Oh, and Yalta in Crimea, not to be left out, also is having a moment. with the substation on fire, large substation on fire there. Just lovely, lovely, lovely. All the good stuff. So there's something else as well. There's and I must have retweeted it and not put it in my bookmarks because it was like 5:30 when the cats woke me up, and I was like, Jesus, cats, do you have to? But then, when I started putting stuff in my bookmarks. There is a small oil storage depot, I believe, that also got hit. I didn't even retweet it. Oh my God. Right, okay. I remember it though. I remember it. A small storage depot, fuel depot that got hit, and that was in one of the places where one of the Wildberries is on fire. So we'll figure that out. Will's coming to talk to us later. He'll find it. Well, I just want to point out that the last couple of days, Russian logistics have been taking an absolute belting. Not just, in the way of like storage and distribution, but all on the roads. Did you see the road to Mariupol, for example? Goodness. Just so much stuff on fire. Just so much stuff on fire. Goodness. And it's going to get worse, It's going to get worse. Yesterday as well, there was confirmation of a warehouse at the airfield at Vatniksoep, which was actually full of Shaheds. And there's a nice picture showing from, I think it's Dnipro-Osint, it's those guys. The guys that use the little pumpkin. Yeah, there. Sorry, I had to make it bigger to be able to see what it said. And this warehouse, there's a big old hole in the top of it. And it says here at least 8 hits were a result of right. So there's been more than 20 strikes at the airfield with 8 confirmed hits, and one of the warehouses appears to have popped off and just destroyed itself, which is probably because warheads detonated inside the hangar. So that's lovely as well. And didn't we see an aircraft being taken out? Yes, we did. So yesterday we had confirmation from the 15th Separate Artillery Reconnaissance Brigade, the Chorny-Lys, successfully conducted at the Kalino airfield in the Kursk region. A MiG-29 fighter and a Pantsir S-1 anti-aircraft missile and gun complex were hit. But obviously, it's great to take out the air defence, but the MiG-29 is actually super important. So there's a nice video of a drone just going in and smashing into this thing. And I can't tell you how much damage was actually done because it's a very fleeting glimpse from this video. However, I do feel as though they did some damage to it that it will not be flying again for the near future. I mean, it's certainly smoking. So what does that tell you? It may have actually had 2 hits, one of them landing very close by. So, possible shrapnel as well there. So that's nice. That's nice. And what's this about Wildberries? Well, this is before the last 2 went up. But here's just a general inquiry from the people here. Hello, what's up with my order? The day before yesterday, there were over 1,000 items in stock. The listing is now suddenly inactive. Can you tell me when it is back in stock? My team is waiting. Thank you in advance for your reply. Sorry. The seller responds, "Good afternoon. We are very sad to announce this, but due to the tragic events that have occurred, our store is officially closing." Another one here from Dimitri. Why was my order cancelled? When will I receive a refund? Now, these are in relation specifically to 10-kilometre FPV fibre optic cables for drones with all the converters supplied. So can you see how these guys from these drone building teams are going to have a little trouble. Good afternoon. We're very sad to announce this, but due to tragic events, our store is officially closing and we cannot fulfill your order. And there'll be no refund. There is no refund. Oh dear. Oh dear. So, would you like to start the woe early? Because, whoa.
Hang on. Just to finish off the booms for the night. So don't forget that Ukraine didn't forget the tanker fleet. Another 8 of them were hit last night. And I've seen a couple of reports of an Su-35 shot down by an F-16, but I did like you. I saw it early this morning, didn't tag it, can't find it. But
that actually happened about. Remember, there was an aircraft that was claimed on the numbers not so long ago.
Aye.
Yeah, well, that was that being reported upon, if it came from some general in America.
All right, so it is real, but it was a little while ago.
Yeah, it maybe on the 8th, something like that, where it was actually an air-to-air combat that shot it down.
That's fine. Crack on. Yeah, so early woe this morning. Good God.
Well, there's just so much of it. There's woe and intrigue. Actually, no, I'm going to save the woe and intrigue, but I'm going to comment on something that I've been trying my best not to comment on for some time, because it's none of my fucking business, you know?
Should I go for a coffee because I'll get wound up or not?
No. You're all good. So, Sirski has been replaced by Drapati. And I just wanted to tell you folks that a couple of days ago, FireFella sent me a message. What did you ask me, FireFella?
I said, make a prediction, young lady. It's about time we put it to bed. Because I'm like you. It's not my decision, people. And I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, Mockers. But yeah, I just asked you to make a prediction. And you predicted, go on.
I said Drapati. And why did I say this? Well, because he was brought from his position to go and speak to Zelensky. And that guy, he's busy. He likes to do his job on the ground with the guys. He's not one for sitting in offices, I can assure you. The very fact that he left whatever he was doing to go speak to somebody in Kyiv spoke volumes to me. Now, he's very, very capable. And he's been fighting for Ukraine since 2014. Well, prior to that. But he's not an old man either. He's not one of the old guard. He is very forward-thinking. So let's just have a little bit of his background so that we all know who he is. He's a 42-year-old Ukrainian major general who spent more than a decade fighting Russia, and he fucking hates them. Just, in case you need any more emphasis on that. He's widely regarded as one of Ukraine's most respected and effective battlefield commanders. And Zelensky has now appointed him the country's new commander-in-chief, replacing Alexander Sirski. Unlike many senior officers, Drapati has built his reputation almost entirely in actions on the battlefield. He first became well known during the Battle of Mariupol in 2014, where he personally led an armoured assault through barricades to relieve Ukrainian forces. Now, when you see that, that's actually them escaping from an encirclement, because they were getting themselves in a bit of a situation there. And so he basically said, guys, follow me. We're going to break through these shitty barricades. And that's what he did. And he's also known for, being a preserver of life. Later that year, Ukrainian units were surrounded near the Russian border. And he went in and led hundreds of troops through Russian-controlled territory in a successful breakout that became one of the defining episodes of the early war. And that was in 2014. Over the following decade, he has commanded the 58th Motorized Infantry Brigade. He served as senior operational commands in Kherson, Odessa, Luhansk, and Kharkiv. He's repeatedly earned his reputation as a commander that is sent to stabilize the most difficult sectors. So when something's going wrong, he's sent in to fix it. During Russia's offensive into Kharkiv Oblast in May 2024, he was brought in after the initial breakthrough and was credited with improving the coordination and slowing the Russian advances and helping to stabilize the front in that area. He's like a firefighter. They bring him in when things are going particularly tough and he, helps to calm things down. What sets him apart is his approach to warfare. He's considered one of the strongest advocates inside the Ukrainian military for a modern technology-driven combat. He's pushed for the widespread use of drones, electronic warfare, intelligence integration, and decentralized command. That is, giving empowerment to people downwind of the actual command, so that they can make decisions without having to ask somebody first. So they feel empowered, they know what they're doing, they're well trained, that they don't make stupid decisions. It's a case of giving people the tools to be able to work for themselves in a situation where they might not just be able to ring you up on the phone and say what we're going to do now. He also argues that initiative at junior officer level wins more battles more effectively than any sort of rigid hierarchy. He's known as one of the military leaders closest to Fedorov. The two have been associated with joint efforts to rapidly expand the use of battlefield technology, drone capabilities, digital systems, and innovation across the armed forces. Their shared emphasis on technology and adaptation has made Drapati a favourite amongst Ukrainian younger officers and military reformers. So he doesn't just come in from nowhere. He's got a really strong, good reputation with those who serve with him as well. As commander of the ground forces, he launched reforms aimed at improving combat training, modernising recruitment, reducing corruption, strengthening junior leadership, and ensuring soldiers received training that actually reflected the realities of the modern battlefield rather than outdated doctrine. Another defining characteristic is his emphasis on accountability. Following a deadly Russian strike on a Ukrainian training centre in 2025, he resigned as the ground forces commander, stating that commanders, not soldiers, must be the ones responsible for failures. He openly criticised a military culture that avoided accountability and argued that leadership must accept responsibility instead of trying to shift the blame downwards. Within Ukraine, he is widely viewed as part of the new generation of military leader officers who are shaping the war against Russia rather than relying on Soviet military traditions. His supporters see him as a pragmatic commander who combines frontline experience with a willingness to embrace innovation, technology, and institutional reforms. For now, his appointment has been reacted to as broadly positive. Ukrainian soldiers, bloggers, and analysts view him as very capable. However, of course, his leadership will only really ultimately be judged by results. There will be other reshuffles within the military leadership, and he will not be on his own. There are other people being appointed as part of his team. He's coming in with a team. It is, it's important that we know that he's not just one man that's suddenly making a change, There has been a change to Nutov as well. And I believe that Andriy Beletsky will now be the commander of the ground forces in place of Drapati. And there's going to be some more conversations today. Fedorov has been offered what is called a decent position in government, but not the Minister of Defence, because that job is taken. And I think it's important that Zelensky doesn't be seen to be being pushed around by, his subordinates, basically. You can't just demand something and get it. What he has done is he has put together a bespoke job for Fedorov and basically said, look, I will put you in a position that uses your skills exactly, but you can't be seen to be bullying me because I'm your boss and I won't fucking have it. And here's the thing. Zelensky has to maintain his position. He has to maintain the ultimate say-so with regards to who works for him. And, no matter how frustrating it may seem, someone can't come in with a big character and just start taking over. Because, there's... Look, it's like a pack of dogs. You've got to have a hierarchy of dominance. And if people start taking the piss out of your commander-in-chief, guess what? Someone else will, and someone else will, and so on. So, everyone can have an opinion. They're like arseholes, aren't they? Everybody's got one. But here's what my opinion is. That all of this was done with some knowledge that this was going to cause a lot of upheaval, that the people were going to be really pissed off. And Zelensky is not an idiot. He made the decision to remove Fedorov knowing the trouble it would cause. This is my personal opinion. Because he couldn't just remove Syrskyi. I mean, you can see that, he's had a lot of, shall we say, influential friends, and the whole point of removing, the head of the armed forces like that in the middle of a war would have there would have been so much pushback. It would have been really, really difficult. And Zelensky needed some political capital, which is basically the push from the public, the people. He needed that to be able to actually do this, because it would have been impossible some weeks ago to see this happen, just like it has. So no matter how informed we think we are, we need to trust that the Ukrainians know what they're doing. And even though it seemed like a massive mess, it was actually just a test of their democracy in action. I still maintain that it would have been impossible to remove Syrskyi without the people's voice. And so, you can't dictate to the president what you want, but if the people come together and tell him, we don't like the decision you've made, we think you should make a better decision. Democracy, their young, slightly noisy democracy, is what's working here. And, the people go out and they tell the government what they want and what they don't want, and the government listens. And that, folks, is what makes me really jealous of Ukrainians, to be honest, that they get the chance to tell their government quietly, I say quietly, without burning things down, without making a mess. They go out, they make their representations, and they say, and if you don't get it right, we'll be back again tomorrow, And they just continue that. They go to work, do whatever they have to do, and then as soon as that's done, they go out to the protest. And why? Because this is how democracy works. That they tell their government what they want, and their government listens. Now, who can say that about their government, that their government listens to the people? Because there's been such a disconnect in so many, other countries, shall we say, that we need to just trust in the Ukrainian people. I wrote something out last night because, I mean, it's not up to us, and it never was. And the whole point is that they will get things done in their own way, and we shouldn't be telling them how to do so. That, that's not the way it works. Their democracy is a beautiful thing. And I am personally so impressed to see how it works. To see that, I mean, I honestly think that a lot of this was sort of planned. Okay, so, we're in a really difficult position. We can't just go around making sweeping changes without a certain amount of political capital. And Anna Odessa agrees with me. Now, I sort of came up with this, by myself, but when I read what she was saying, I was like, yes, that's it. That's what I mean. That she can't believe that somebody would make such a sweeping change, as in getting rid of, Fedorov, without having a plan. And I honestly think this is just how Ukrainian democracy works. That if you can't get something done, ask the people. And if you have to, create a bit of a catalyst, a bit of a crisis to get the people to give you their opinion, well, that's what happened, isn't it? The people were like, no, we don't like this. And they came out and they told their government exactly what they wanted. And hey presto, he now has the political capital to make changes at the head of the army in the middle of a war, which previously would have been absolutely unheard of. And I think that it was very politically savvy. But of course, that's just my opinion. And it doesn't really fucking matter. What matters is that the government listened to the people. And the people are not getting absolutely everything they want because, Fedorov still is without a job right now, but he has been offered a position which is specific to his skills and will allow him to continue to work to, do what he wants to do and reform and what have you, just outside of the actual office of the defence minister. And I think he should take that, otherwise he's going to talk himself out of a job. But that's, again, just my opinion. And it doesn't really fucking matter. What matters is that Ukrainians get stuff done. And sometimes they have to, be a bit noisy about it. But look how it's working out. This guy, Drapati, is he's widely respected. And one of the things which has been keeping Ukrainian men from signing up for the army is the fact that Syrskyi was in charge. And they were scared that they were going to be, fed into an assault group, which, to be honest, right, nobody wants to sign up for a suicide mission, do they? Nobody. And no matter what you think or feel about, you join the army, you take your chances, survivability is something which you would like to think is on your side. You join the army and you get a chance to actually survive in the fight. And right now, that means using more drones than people. And that's working. So, that has got to be something that moves forward. And you can't, Zaluzhny said it himself, didn't he? You can't fight a large Soviet army with a small Soviet army. It's not going to work. And so they have to adapt and they have to change. And, Syrskyi is not a terrible person, as far as I'm aware. He's done some good things. He should be, applauded for what he's achieved. But he is old guard and he has old ideas, and it's very difficult to change that mindset. So you have to bring in new people because we hate change as a species. We find it very difficult. And now new people are coming in who can facilitate that change. And I think this is going to please the people somewhat. Yes. So I expect Mr. Fedorov to have his new position announced over the next day or so, probably today. And hopefully things will then start to calm down and slot back into place. But never feel like there wasn't a plan, because I feel like all of this was planned from the beginning to summon up the political capital to deal with the problem properly. You can't just half-ass these things. You got to do it or don't do it. You know? Anyway, like I say, just my opinion. And my opinion doesn't really matter anyway. So, now, I have more for you. Let's have a little bit of intrigue first, shall we? Bit of intrigue, because there's another one gone. 57-year-old Alexei Korshenko found dead on the balcony of his apartment. Now, according to Russian authorities, he hung himself. Why he didn't jump off the balcony, I've no idea. Maybe he was clinging on too tightly and they couldn't throw him off, so they tried something else. Oh, sorry, no, suicide. Forgot about that, yeah. Who is he? He's the Deputy Director General of Avia Group, the company that manages business aviation terminals at Sheremetyevo and Pulkovo airports. They also operate a helipad on Valam Island, which is frequently used by Putin. According to Russian telegram channels, Prigozhin's plane was serviced at the Avia Group's terminal and departed for his final fatal flight there in August 2023. Over the past 4 years, more than 24 top executives of major Russian companies, Gazprom, Novatek, and Lukoil, to name a few, have died under some very suspicious or unexplained circumstances, or just, suicided themselves, but not very convincingly. And here's another one. So instead of taking a nosedive off the balcony, he hung himself on the balcony. I think there's other places where that might have been easier to do. And anyway, dead he is. So another one bites the dust and all that. And I feel as though these guys, when they die, all their money and holdings just sort of like just gets like scooped up, sucked into the government. We'll have that, thank you. I bet you there's not like a big sort of like will and testament that's left to his family, because all his business holdings just seem to suddenly be owned by the government. In fact, the airport, the Domodedovo airport, that's basically owned by Putin as well, because the owner of that just suddenly didn't own it anymore. Yeah, I know. It's amazing how these things happen, isn't it? And all these people just, that were previously untouchable, that were the wallets of Putin. He's discarding the empty wallets now, isn't he? And just taking the money out. That's what I can see. And, well, he's also making sure that there is nobody within a country mile of him who could possibly step into his shoes. Not without a major overhaul. Not without an awful lot of support. And, he centralised everything to such a degree that he's over there and everybody else is way over here and unable to reach him. Also, he thinks, eventually that paranoia is for good reason. But appointing his niece as, that general, lieutenant general or something that everybody was a bit disgusted by, that just goes to show, doesn't it, that he's relying on family now. Oh, hello, there you are, mate. Orange guy just turned up and told me that he's not had his breakfast because he wanted it at 5:30 this morning. And we had a little word about that, didn't we? Yes. Yeah, we had a little word about you wanting your breakfast at 5:30. Yes. And so he went out in a huff. Those words were F and off, basically. Yeah. No, you can wait. And so now he's back. And he's like, where's my breakfast, mummy? So
You really think he didn't go have breakfast at somebody else's house and now coming back for second breakfast? You're funny.
you know what? That is probably exactly true. He's probably been to his other lady's house. Yeah. It's some little old granny who feeds him tuna or something. I wouldn't put it past him. So, anyway, in a war of all against all, there has been, well, some changes with the Russian elite. What you got in your mouth? Hang on a minute. I need to just check and see if he's got some grass in his mouth. Would you do me a favour, FireFella, and just talk for a minute while I wrangle a cat?
I certainly will, Mockers. So, yeah, just to go back on the political shenanigans. So, people, it's not our decision. And I'm more than happy that President Zelensky and Budanov have made a decision, because it will be those two. And if they've made a decision, they usually get stuff right. So I'm quite happy with that. Now, what I am seeing is that down near Lyman, there's been an encirclement of Russian troops. What a fucking shame. So Ukraine has expanded the grey zone by 25.7 kilometres. And they've cut off and surrounded, doesn't say how many Russian troops, but quite a few, I would expect. So that's really good news. What else has happened? Let me find this. Oh, no. Yes. So things are going well in Crimea, and the local mobsters have stepped in and decided that they're going to take over gasoline things. So I've put something in the nest. There's a massive load of tankers and one petrol pump that is now controlled by the local gangsters, because that's what Russians do. They'll take any view they can to start earning a quick ruble. I was going to say buck, but obviously not. So, yeah, that's going well for them. How's that?
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, he had a big old piece of grass stuck in the back of his throat, and he was doing the chewing face. And I was like, "What you got?" He does this every now and again. He goes out and eats grass, but in such big pieces that it gets stuck in his throat, and then it's like trying to fish a hair out of him. Anyway, I feel better now.
When Otis eats grass, I know about an hour later he was going to puke, the little shit. So there you go.
Yeah, well, he's already done that this morning. That's why he was so very hungry. And now he's wandered off disgusted because I didn't feed him actual tuna or something. He's like, no, it's all right. I've already eaten. I just wanted to see what you were going to give me. So anyway, where was I? Oh, yes, intrigue. And, well, all these untouchable people, not so untouchable anymore, because let's just go through the list of people who have been arrested, which sort of, it's telling as to what's going on. So the arrests now taking place are basically helping to dismantle the system and also, feed Putin's wallet back to him. So let's just have a see here. The most significant arrests and criminal cases from Putin's inner circle of friends, I say friends very, lightly, and associates. So we have Ilya Traber, one of St. Petersburg's most influential businessmen, personally acquainted with Putin since the 1990s, long considered absolutely untouchable. And yet, in June 2026, he was detained by the FSB and placed under arrest on suspicion of involvement in the contract killing of a St. Petersburg lawmaker, Alexander Petrov. And you know what? It's very likely he was, and it's very likely Putin told him to. Konstantin Makov, former Rosaviatsia official, and top manager at companies owned by billionaire Arkady Rotenberg, another of Putin's close childhood friends. But you see, nobody is untouchable when you live in a fascist dictatorship. In July 2026, Makov was detained in Moscow with the involvement of the FSB Special Forces. But of course, it's not just these influential fellows, is it? Oh yeah, he's going to puke. Cats. So, within the leadership of Russia's defense ministry, as part of a large-scale campaign under the pretext of fighting corruption, because, you know, the ones who shout about fighting corruption in these sorts of governments, in these sorts of setups, are usually the ones that are carrying out the most corruption, just, you know, in case you need to know. Yeah, you mind making them horrible noises in the background while I'm trying to talk to people? Gross child. Yeah, he's just bombing up bits of grass as well. There's nothing there. He's just like, do you want some grass? I'll put some grass in. Nice. So, yeah, the entire inner circle that was Shoigu and his band of merry mates, they're all either in pre-trial detention or under house arrest now. So this is nearly the entire circle of Shoigu, yeah? Salikov, Ruslan Salikov, former first deputy defense minister. In March 2026, he was placed under house arrest / pre-trial detention in a case involving embezzlement of billions of rubles, which, had things been going better, would have actually been perfectly normal and allowed. But of course, things are not going well, are they? So now Mr. Putin's like, I'm going to need some of that money back. So off you go to detention. Timur Ivanov, a former deputy defense minister responsible for military construction, sentenced to 13 years in prison for accepting an especially large bribe. Now, that apparently is more than 1.3 billion rubles, which turns out to be 16.6 million in dollars, which is large, but I'm sure there's other people taking bigger bribes than that. Oh, but here's where his real offence is. He transferred most of those funds abroad. Yuri Kuznetsov, Lieutenant General and head of the main personnel directorate of the MOD. Vadim Shamirin, head of the main communications directorate of the Russian Armed Forces. Go and have some milk, you weirdo. Ivan Popov, former commander of the 58th Guards Combined Arms Army, arrested in the case involving the embezzlement of rolled metal intended for defensive structures. However, the funny one there is that he actually sold that not for his own benefit, but to feed his soldiers. So, you know, that wasn't allowed either, obviously. Oh, goodness, no. So there's that. Now, we've also, that's not all of them, by the way. We've also got the regional elites and mayors, because, you know, these guys were getting away with murder. Well, probably mostly embezzlement, but probably also murder. And a sweeping purge appears to have also been underway involving governors and mayors. Most high profile, we have Alexei Kopygorodsky. I'm going with that. Former mayor of Sochi. He was arrested on corruption charges over alleged land fraud. Oh dear, did he steal somebody's land? Of course he did. That's what they do. Ratmir. I've got a mental image of this guy now. Maliev, mayor of Ufa. He was detained on charges of accepting a large bribe in the form of real estate. Can you see a theme? Alexei Smirnov and Maxim Yegorov, former regional governors whose resignation, well, they were encouraged to resign, and then later on, that turned into criminal prosecutions. All of these point to a redistribution of influence and wealth, and an intensifying struggle over resources, money. and the fact that the principle of the elite being untouchable no longer applies. Let this be a lesson to you all. Persecuting and eliminating old friends shows exactly how fearful he is for his life. Beautiful. So, on that note, let's do some numbers, shall we? Shall we?
Aye, it's that time again, isn't it? Numbers time, people. Strap in.
Be careful how you put that. I've got jokes. Indeed. So, where are we here? Let's have a little look. Oh, hello. That's my sparkly towel reel. Here we go. It's the 22nd of July. July, all day, just so you know. And we have the following 1,330 liquidated personnel. So still above what I would consider average, which is about 1,200. So still, clocking up there. 2 more tanks and 4 armoured vehicles. We have 57 artillery systems and 3 MLRS. We have 355 vehicles and fuel tanks. Now, I think this is not because Ukraine just had a day off, because, well, actually, that's still quite a lot, isn't it? It's quite a lot. But we've been spoiled recently, haven't we? I think this is because Ukraine's had some really, really good days and it's put the Russians off. Certainly those people waiting to cross, the Chonghar Bridge crossing there, they had a little bit of a surprise, didn't they? Because if you stand around in a queue and you've got stuff that's resources for Crimea on board, you're going to end up taking a real risk standing about there. And, risk, comes with consequences, doesn't it? As we saw yesterday. And don't you dare feel sorry for those civilians running away, because, well, what are you doing going to Crimea while you're in the middle of a fucking war? Literally, let's just go to a war zone and pretend like it's fun for all the family. What are you doing? Have some sense. Anyway, 9 special equipment, so good stuff there. Plenty of that stuff. And then we have drones. So we have 1,610 operational tactical UAVs and 11 ground robotic complex, because you're not allowed those. And then we have the Air Force report, which was, well, it was a lot last night, unfortunately. It was a lot more than usual. However, there's good and there's bad. So, on the night of July 22nd, from 1800 on July 21st, the enemy attacked with the following: 1 Iskander-M ballistic missile from Crimea, which is why Crimea needs to be emptied of Russians. 3 Kh-59-69 guided aircraft missiles, again from the airspace over Crimea. Yeah, sure, why not? Where was that? Oh, yeah, there it is. And 216 drones of various types, including jet drones. And we've got something to say about that in a minute. So, out of 216 drones, 204 of those were shot down, which I think is bloody good going. And also, the 3 Kh-59-69 guided aircraft missiles were either shot down or suppressed, which I think is nice. 1 Iskander-M ballistic missile and 12 strike UAVs were recorded at 12 locations. There was the fall of down fragments at 7 locations, and the attack continues. Enemy UAVs are still within our airspace. So, from the beginning there, 216 UAVs, 204 shot down. What does that leave you? That leaves you 12, doesn't it? 12 were accounted for, and then you can see more were sent afterwards because the attack continues with UAVs still within the airspace. So, just another day in Ukraine, hey. War Doggo, my lovely. How's it going?
Morning. It's going okay. Happy to tell you that in a couple of days, Andrei is gonna get the equipment. We were together chipping in to bring to him. You can see the video in the latest message in the nest. He's explaining probably not what has been the subject of the fundraiser, but the result of the work of that equipment, the Russian automated guided FPV drones that are immune to electronic warfare systems. Now, Ukraine armed forces and overall the Ukraine Defense Forces are going to have a significant solution to that challenge, and this is exactly the equipment to scale up and to prove as a concept certain initiatives and ideas that were working in a limited scope now is gonna become an interesting and very important solution as always. Thanks for everyone. Thanks everyone who've been contributing. Thanks everyone who've been sharing the information, and that's nearly to be completed with the delivery of the equipment to Andriy. Currently, we've got the next project that is dedicated to Alpha SBU guys. Recently, some of those got, by the way, the guys from Alpha, whom we are regularly supporting, got the highest Ukraine award, which is Hero of Ukraine. So we'll not obviously name who's got among those we support regularly, but this is also the recognition of this community. We support guys to the level that they are performing doing their job in a way that it is recognized with the higher Ukraine's award, Hero of Ukraine, which is awesome. And for these guys, we are now going to at least they have requested to have some. They are putting their hands in some remote controlled systems, meaning there is something that the government is not able to provide fully versus the battlefield that has evolved. And there is always the lag between what's the technology and what's happening on the ground, and they are filling the gap right now in the remote control technologies, and they are bringing it back again to the government as the initiative to evolve and initiative to make the things effectively and deadly for the Russians. This is the actual requirement from Alpha guys. I believe quite soon they will share some videos. They were also asking for the full four-wheel drive transport, but that is something we are trying to manage separately among the community we already know, and with the horizontal connections with people who are dealing with that level of requirements. This is about the current things going. 25% for our environment is already there, and we can do what they're asking, just simply providing the equipment as per the list they have requested. In order to do so, you can see, if you scroll the next couple of times, you can see the proactive fundraiser details, or you can type in your browser. That's now going to be an important message. So how to contribute is just simply type in your browser givebutter.com/proactive, and that's how you get to the details of the fundraiser. Or you just simply scroll the nest and you can see the fundraiser details there, and you can choose if it is one-time donation or it is a regular donation, or you can wrap your donation in some nice words that guys are reading. And even if there is no possibility to contribute with funds, you can always share the message about this fundraiser and letting others know that this is ongoing. And by that, it may find people who are willing to contribute. You see how our initiatives are having an impact, and how our initiatives are changing the changing the effectiveness of what guys do, and that is confirmed by the highest Ukrainian awards, as I've been mentioning before. Isn't it the cool news? Then another cool news you probably have seen yesterday, the change of Ukraine's chief of command. That's like, if you ask regular Ukrainian, I mean, most of those were with the cardboard in the middle of the Kiev city, in Ivano-Franko street, in front of the theater, in front of the president's office, exactly requiring not the probably the names itself themselves, but requiring the evolution and the hope winning the war against Russia to be granted and continuous. And that's exactly what happened. All those who were protesting in the recent days, they feel that the democracy works even in the environment of the brutal invasion, the brutal war that Russia has thrown on Ukraine. The chief of command plus the deputy chief of and general staff command has been strengthened with very appropriate and very good people, I would say. First and the foremost, General Mihailo Drapati. The important thing is to say that he's the battlefield commander who is now leading the Ukraine's armed forces, and unlike many senior military leaders, Drapati built his reputation on the battlefield. You've probably seen those viral video of 2014, how in the armored vehicle he was entering the barricades of occupied Mariupol in 2014. That's actually the guy and his crew, who does not afraid to take the responsibility and show the leadership. And he built his reputation on the battlefield, not being behind a desk. He's known as a commander who leads from the front. He understands the realities of the combat, and he's earned the most important. He's earned the respect of soldiers serving who served under him, as the person who actually appreciates the human life as the first priority, and that actually fits Mikhailo Fedorov's strategy that drones have to dominate and people have to enter the territory after the drones to minimize possible losses of the most precious resource that Ukraine has limited, which are Ukraine's people. I mean, not to say that Ukraine people are the resource, but you know what I mean, actually. And Major General Drapati began his military career long before Russia's full-scale invasion have started, and he's a graduate of Kharkiv Institute of Tank Forces. The tank forces, he first gained the widespread recognition during the fight in eastern Ukraine in 2014. As I've been mentioning, one of the most notable moments came during the Battle of Mariupol, where he led armored forces into the city under extremely dangerous conditions in order to reinforce Ukrainian defenders. Over the years, he continued serving in the operational commands rather than spending his career behind the desk. He's quite a strong leader with a strong attachment to his, let's say, when something is not right and he knows that there is no right way to do the wrong thing, he has I believe, three already. In Ukrainian, we call it dohana, but it means like the claims from the leadership, just simply because when he sees that something is wrong, he always says that he's not afraid to be uh, to not to follow the flow, but to underline to highlight something that needs to be done better. Over the years, he continued serving in the operational commands rather than spending his career behind a desk, and he built a reputation as a combat leader with real battlefield experience. And throughout Russia's full-scale invasion, the party was he'd been commanding the troops in some of Ukraine's most demanding operations. He's widely respected for remaining calm under pressure, making timely decisions, and maintaining close contact with the soldiers on the ground. Many who serve with him are describing him as a soldier's general because he understands the challenges faced by the men and women on the front lines, and that's kind of the trust that usually is not earned through the rank. It is usually earned through the years of leading soldiers in combat. As of commander of Ukraine ground forces, Drapati focused on preparing military for the modern warfare, and his leadership has emphasized realistic combat training, faster adaptation to battlefield lessons, improved accountability, faster decision making, integrating drones and real combat lessons, and modern war that is changing constantly. And as the successful commander, usually the leader has to adapt similarly quickly. And everything what I've seen over the past years that relate to different type of leaders, I think that Major General Mihailo Drapati is a highly professional soldier who understands leadership values, his troops, and he knows the realities of the modern combat. And he is now carrying the responsibility, and I believe every Ukrainian, those who were standing with the card, those who are in Ukraine military now, and everyone in Ukraine who trusts that Ukraine can win the war, is wishing General Major General Mihailo Drapati extremely good luck and enough forces to continue the initiatives and evolution that has been conducted so far. I believe it's not gonna be easy for him, considering the challenges that are there. But I'm pretty much sure that this is the step which will make Ukraine defense forces much stronger, and everyone is looking at this change with significant hope. That's probably it, what I was going to integrate. As you already seen and heard, lots of positive news related to Ukraine's recent changes. You see, even in the middle of the horrible war, democracy works. And I believe I remember someone saying here online that Ukrainians are quite weird. Even in army, they manage to do the democracy, which is absolutely a compliment to Ukrainian people. And you already have seen since is already safe to say many years that this community supports Ukraine, that in many areas Ukrainians are showing the example of how to hint the government in very peaceful way and in very calm and very sustainable way, that sometimes the view of the leadership might be blurred by certain things. And here we are the people who are ready to give a hand, not punishing, but hinting that some certain things can be done better. And that actually worked. And that's the beautiful example of 21st century of democracy at work, in my opinion, I believe. Don't forget to support Ukraine Defense Forces. Please, if you scroll the nest, get involved in the proactive fundraiser. We are currently delivering this stuff to the equipment to Andrei. More updates on that will follow, as always, delivery videos and so far and so on. And now trying to help Alpha SBU for the remote systems they're on. And yes, you can type in your browser givebutter.com/proactive to get the details of the fundraiser and to get involved personally. I believe this is it. Sorry for quite long monologue, but I believe that was something interesting that you've been waiting for. As always, thank you so much, and hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Wardago. Yeah, I did actually. We were all. To be fair, I've been pestered in the background to ask your opinion on Japati, and you gave it to us anyway. I had a feeling you were going to. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, in my eyes, I think that a lot of people will be happy with this decision. You can't please everybody all of the time, but certainly he's no slouch. And he has got a lot of respect. I mean, Ukrainian people do not idolize anybody or put anybody on a pedestal, but if somebody earns respect, they'll definitely give it. And I think that's, what we're seeing here, that this guy has earned the respect through his actions, and therefore the people are, generally pleased with the decision that's been made. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I thought I'd mention something. A lot of times when we listen to the Boom Report, I know I do, we're so used to hearing about this being hit and that being hit, in Russia. And sometimes it's interesting to put a boom in context, okay, like you've been doing with the Wildberries thing. Earlier this month, there was a substation, electrical, in Vatniksoep, okay, that was hit, okay, and the news goes by, okay, substation. Well, this particular substation was part of a new power transmission line along the Highway of Death, the infamous road M18 highway, okay, that it connects a Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to other parts of Russia, and in this case to occupied Ukraine. Well, apparently, this transmission line was nearly complete in May, but they have had considerable setbacks due to the recent activity in June and July from the drone campaigns. And I thought this was particularly great because we don't want them to hook up electricity, to Crimea and have, life there become a little more livable again. And that is not something that we want to happen. So I'm very glad they took out that substation. I hope they keep hitting it. What I'm looking forward to hearing, what I think will be significant, is if they stop work on that, the new Melitopol Vatniksoep power transmission line, okay? If they stop work altogether and you don't see any progress, then that's significant. That is really significant. And it is just one element of a broader Russian strategy that is aimed at maintaining long-term control over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And this article, I've already tagged you guys with it. It was in the Militarny today. It's fairly new, but I thought it was good because it's nice to put these booms in a broader context and what they're actually going to mean. You know? Thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Ukrainians don't do these things just willy-nilly. You know, these things are well planned. Karen, your mic's open, darling.
Okay, I'm trying. Just a minute. I'm going to have to drop because my Twitter is doing weird stuff here. I'm trying to drop and everything's gone. So
let me mute you. Let me mute you.
Thank
and then
you.
at least you can, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Sorry. But yeah. It's only because I was getting feedback. So yeah, absolutely. They do these things, very, very specific reasons that they will take something out. And, you know, this is just a little piece, a little puzzle piece of their entire plan. And you can see how it's working out. Now, I did figure out the oil depot that was on fire. I said there's some oil storage somewhere on fire, and I've lost it. Well, it's in Armavir in Krasnodar Krai, and I'll be honest, the video looks a little bit like one of those Wildberries, which is why it was difficult to track it down, because it's just a big old area of thick black smoke. But I will leave that alone and we'll talk about it some more. So let me tell you about what I was going to add. I've got a couple of things I want to add before we hand over, you see. So one of the things that was discussed during all these meetings that Zelensky's been having with the guys recently is one of the most important tasks, and that is the issue of countering jet Shahed drones, because these are causing a lot of damage. So our good friend Flash, who the other day was very aggrieved, and then he was given a new job the next day, and he was kind of like, oh, maybe I should have shut my mouth. So he's now just getting on with business. So he spent the day at the training grounds testing options for countering the mesh networks with electronic warfare. They're moving forward in technologies for suppressing Shahed control channels via their own mesh radio modems. So you can see, you know, this is the sort of stuff that is being battlefield tested with the EW team that War Doggo supports. This is the sort of stuff that they're doing, that they're, you know, looking to counter new types of drones with different types of electronic warfare. And it's all very technical stuff that I don't understand. But the more we support them, the more they can do that. And it's, you know, setting the standard for how they go forward in general. So Flash confirmed that they are indeed working on new EW to combat specifically this problem. He knows how and with what the enemy will respond as well. And he welcomes that response because we will respond to their response. This is the new age of technological warfare. And so there's all sorts of suggestions, but basically overwhelming is one of the ways to counter the signals, or telling them they're in Lima, Peru, is another one. That's what the Lima system is all about. So, you know, there's all sorts of interesting ways that you can counter these things, but as well as that, jet-powered Shaheds are forcing a faster interceptor race as well. So, the Pearson have unveiled a new P1 Sun jet killer at Farnborough, at some thing that they were having there. We saw that they unveiled the Liuti with its very own suite of guided missiles, or mini guided missiles. And now they've unveiled this, the new penis drone. That, you know, the one that Lindsey Graham was really happy to hold and was grinning his little face off. And I feel as though, you know, at least he had some nice things to cheer himself up before he popped his clogs, eh? So this is the P1 Sun Jet Killer, and that was unveiled after earlier models reportedly have destroyed more than 5,500 Russian UAVs. While General Cherry and Firebolt are developing interceptors intended to exceed 400 kilometers per hour. The engineering problem is no longer just reaching the target. Manufacturers must add speed without destroying the economics that have made these interceptors attractive. Electric systems cost roughly $2,000, while jet-powered interceptors may approach $10,000. Russia is forcing Ukraine's cheap defences into a more expensive technological cycle. However, you must adapt. You must adapt. And if you don't, well, they will adapt and you will become overwhelmed. So, you know, it's important. It's important. Oh, there's another FSB major who has bitten the dust in Ukraine. He is Major Zhurolev. Well, rest in peace to that man. But I thought I would confirm that. So, would you like to, in fact, I'm just going to go over a few things that the Russians have said about the change in leadership of the armed forces of Ukraine, because, well, let's just say that they also know who Drapati is. Now, just before I do that, however, again, let me just spell out how this change was done. There was public information. The commander who was leaving, Syrskyi, was publicly thanked for his defense of Kyiv and Kharkiv, the Kursk. Fedorov also came out and said he had phoned him and thanked him for his service. And then there was the public blessing of the successor as a breath of fresh air. The new chief spoke of his responsibilities, not of triumph. Corps commanders were consulted before any decisions were made. They were not told afterwards. Now recall how Russia changes commanders. What happened to Surovikin? He just vanished, didn't he? Into an unexplained silence, which left everybody very awkward and shuffling and looking at their feet. Prigozhin, well, he had a plane crash, didn't he? Some suspicious origin. Russian generals tend to learn their fate from the news, or those who survived them learn their fate from the news. Same war, same profession, but two completely different civilizations. In Ukraine, power transfers with information and thanks, and in Moscow, with an obituary and no explanation. A change that is like moving out your sword for another one without cutting yourself. This is solving a problem that an empire can never solve. More than any weapons package, Ukraine believes in its people, and that will always outlast brute force. So, there we go. And this is what the Russians have to say. I envy the Ukrainians, to be honest. These people aren't afraid of anything and will protest at any opportunity so that the government doesn't get too cocky. No president would probably dare to block the internet there or slaughter their cows. And we, the weaklings, we swallow everything. Well, yes. Are they finally becoming self-aware? Was that almost a moment of realization? Oof. So there's that. And then there's this. So Maxim Kalashnikov has been quoted. Drapati has replaced Syrskyi. He is a very capable general, not a butcher. For the Russian armed forces, this is bad news. Yuri Podolyaka, something like that. By the way, Drapati is only 43 years old, and he has started this war as a battalion commander. This is bad news for us. A general who has risen through the ranks during the war and understands it well is a very difficult opponent. Alex Parker returns. Drapati has been appointed the new commander-in-chief of the Ukrainians. He's been fighting since 2014 and at one point was in the first armoured vehicle that broke through Mariupol during the Russian Spring, which was basically Russians turning up and pretending that they were separatists. At that time, the wise politicians made the decision to surrender Mariupol for the benefit of the oligarch Akhmetov. Putin, where are the results? No, the Russians decided to run away at that point because they realised they were going to get butt-fucked, and they decided that Mariupol wasn't worth it. Unfortunate that they didn't remember that lesson. We don't care what the name of the new chief butcher of our entire village will be. That comes from Yulia Vitsevievsa. I don't know. There is another Telegram channel, and I can't pronounce what his name is, but the fact that they changed the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine today, that is an effing disaster for us, brothers. Until today, they had Syrskyi, and now it's Mikhailo Drapati. Those who fought against forces commanded by Drapati in the past will understand. My 83rd Air Assault Brigade will fully understand. They obviously got themselves absolutely battered. Don't lose heart, my brothers. We will win. Sure you will. Sure you will. Another Telegram channel with an unpronounceable name. He hates us, and he hates us consistently. That means he will try to kill us without any regard for moral constraints. The only question is this. Will we respond in the same way? Oh, mate, did you not see how you first started this war and how you've been carrying it on? I'm sorry, did you find some morals somewhere? Because I don't see it. Anyway, he says, will we finally take back the initiative in escalating the conflict? So many things I could say that, yeah, I'm just going to leave that alone. Another Telegram channel. Whether Drapati will be better than Syrskyi remains to be seen. But he has one advantage, one that could work against us. He is very young and energetic. During the events of 2014, he was only a battalion commander, and he has risen through the ranks while being at war. Sergei Markov says the following. The new commander-in-chief of the armed forces is a war criminal dating back to 2014. Because, obviously he beat their asses at that time, so that makes him At that time, the 72nd Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, under his command, used armed vehicles against peaceful demonstrations who had built barricades in Mariupol. Only they weren't, were they? They were Russians that built those barricades. They were protesting against the seizure of power in Ukraine by a neo-Nazi junta. Oh, dude. That anybody who says those words together is that I feel like I need to laugh in their face. A neo-Nazi junta. If you say so. At that time, the brutality of the Ukrainian armed forces against their civilians was shocking. He's still going with that narrative, obviously. On the same day, neo-Nazi groups stormed in and shot police officers in Mariupol because they refused to shoot the people. Sure thing, mate. Yeah, sure. Surely those neo-Nazis received support from Drapati at that time. He is obviously a war criminal. So they're doing their best to, tell everybody that he's absolutely awful, terrible. He's going to absolutely be dreadful. Now, I'm not sure, mate, if that's going to actually achieve your goal that you would like to, painting him as some absolute monster is just going to make your guys even more scared of him. I just, Alexander Sladkov also has something to say. As for the new Ukrainian commander Drapati becoming Russia's main military opponent is hardly a step forward. Step forward to where? Paulus was promoted to field marshal at Stalingrad, and the next day he surrendered. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that Drapati's not that guy, though, Drapati is in a similar situation. He has got himself promoted and become Ukraine's top commander. But the Ukrainian army is already on its last legs. What is there for him to celebrate? Are you and I looking at the same battlefield, mate? Because who are you trying to convince there? We continue fighting and pushing back in trenches and urban positions. For Ukrainian soldiers, surrender is the only chance to survive and return home. If you say so. And Romanov Light just comments, this is bad for us. So, deeply concerned. They sound concerned. There's a certain level of copium there. And generally, they're saying, he's a terrible guy. He's terrible. It's going to be terrible for us. Shit. I think all in all, we just need to trust Ukraine, and they will do, what's best for them. And we just need to calm the fuck down and stop trying to tell them what to do. Do you want to hear a little bit about Orhinish Illumina, FireFella, just as a nice tangent?
Yeah, what drivel have they been rolling out this time, Mockers? Because they're just, what's the word I'm looking for? They're trying to stop
they're
it,
dragging their feet.
Ah, yeah. There's a better word. It'll come to me. I'm having an old man moment. I'll get back to you. But yes, please, what are they up to?
Yes, there's been a lot of foot dragging. And so far, in this never-ending investigation, it was going to be all public, and now it's not going to be all public. Now we're just going to, because there is sensitive information. Do you think that sensitive information is, we can't hide exactly how badly we fucked up, so we don't really want to tell the public? So we're going to just send it to a closed meeting of the EU Parliament and let them have a look at it. You can guarantee somebody's going to leak that, can't you? Somebody's going to leak their secrets.
I did see that, and I immediately thought what you've just said. So you're all compromised, in other words. So this report's going to call you a lot of thieving Russian trolls, and we don't want that, because that's exactly what you are. What a shame. Yeah, all right, fine. Lovely.
Yeah, that somebody's going to end up exposed as part of this investigation, and it will all come out in the wash, but they're trying to delay that for as long as possible. And I actually think it's some of their, highest leadership, because a number of them have been in, shall we say, emergency meetings with Orhinish around the original, sanctions that were begged to be lifted off them. And it's all a little bit, did Russia give you money? So, regardless.
Yes, they did.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely they did. So regardless of the never-ending investigation being undertaken by Ireland, things are actually moving with regards to Illumina sanctions in Europe. So the Irish Times have issued a new article this morning, which I'm just going to repost. And here are some excerpts from it. Otherwise, I'll just read you the entire thing, and that'll take too long. So feel free to read it yourself. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appealed for economic sanctions to bar Orhinish Illumina from exporting raw material to Russia during private talks with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen last week. So he's not forgotten. I love the fact that, you know, we started moaning about this, in March, and Volodymyr Zelensky himself is now saying these words, you know? Multiple sources in the Commission said it is highly likely sanctioning alumina, thus making it illegal to supply the product to Russia in the future, will feature as an option in the next batch of draft sanctions proposed in the autumn. And I tell you now, folks, it's July. Autumn isn't that far away. And it might have taken a little longer than we would like, but it would appear that the EU Parliament is indeed on this and dealing with it. And yes, things take a long time, much longer than we would like. But getting them done is the ultimate goal here. That is important. I know they're struggling to even pass the 21st sanctions package at the moment, but, you know, there are some things we can all agree on, that sending this product to Russia is very likely upholding their war effort and allowing them to build more and more bombs and drones. And we really should stop that shit. I mean, the government of Ireland are trying to absolve themselves of responsibility because they don't have the moral courage or even the, you know, look, the ground they're stood on is very shaky because they've helped Orhanish Alumina stay out of sanctions in the past. But if this was 1940s and we were personally exporting Zyklon B to Nazi Germany, somebody would have done something about that, surely, wouldn't they? And this is the sort of situation that we're in. We're sending them something really vital to their war effort. And yes, okay, it's a Russian-owned company, but it's within the EU. And they are literally taking the piss out of us to our faces. And we really need to stop that shit. So it does indeed look as though something will be done within the EU because the Irish government just can't possibly bring themselves to do anything. Okay. I mean, it's a shame that it takes this long, but it does show, doesn't it, that the alumina campaign to target European MEPs was the right thing to do. That, you know, going to them rather than trying to pressure the Irish government has actually been much more effective. So, well done, everybody who wrote to their MEP. And there's nothing to stop you sending them another message now and saying, we fully support this. Please carry on. Here's, you know, your public support that you need. It would be really good to see them receive a proper groundswell of public support from those who've been emailing them previously and saying, thank you so much for your efforts. This is really important to us. Keep it up, because that is also a level of pressure, that the expectations of the public. And it's really important that we say thank you when they do the right thing as well. You know, we can't just forget about these things. We've got to acknowledge the bad and the good, I think, because it always makes a big difference. Now, here's something else that can be acknowledged throughout all the, you know, bad going on. There is always some lights in the end of the tunnel. The sex tunnels, obviously. The House in America voted 350 over 76. Who's that 76, by the way? We'd love to know how much Russian money they have in their pockets. Against the effort to ban funds from being used to support Ukraine. So basically, they put forward a bill to absolutely ban any American funds being used to support Ukraine. And it was voted down by a vast majority. And that's great. But it's still just, you know, a drop in the ocean. Now, obviously, my thanks to everybody who voted with some sort of moral clarity. But 76 are willing to, support the enemies of the free world? Wow. Someone needs to check their bank accounts. Yeah. Absolute garbage, those people. Absolute garbage people. So there's that. Now, talking of politics, it would seem that there's some Russians who are now interested in politics, FireFella. They've suddenly got an interest.
Where's there some money knocking around, Mockers? That's the only reason they'll be interested.
Well, I think it's more like that they've suddenly found out that war can affect them as well. One lady here. I woke up in the morning, the very morning my business went up in flames, and I suddenly realised that we're living through difficult times. But suddenly, wow. So let's see what she has to say, because, she's just another Russian woman crying into the camera here. I've got to say, she's got an almost normal-sized pair of lips, which is shocking to me. But here we go. Today marks 3 years since I started producing confectionery additives and selling them on the marketplace. Goodness knows what confectionery additives are. That sounds horrific to me. But anyway, it's quite successful. We are one of the top 3 sellers in Russia. I produce every jar, every design, every product myself. That's very nice, isn't it? Now 11 people work with me as a team. They depend upon me for their income. Well, good for you, successful businesswoman, eh? I carry a great responsibility towards them. They look at me with admiration. Well, good for you. Last month, I found out I had started selling a loss because my product is a high quality and we just can't make it any cheaper. So, what she's saying here is all her costs have gone up, have they? The marketplace increased its commission fees by roughly 30 or 40%. And this morning, I now wake up to the news that 2 Wildberries warehouses were simply on fire. Goodness. They are just burning. Under the July the 7th agreement, it was impossible to refuse. Wildberries made us sign to say that they take no responsibility for any losses or damages. Especially by drones, obviously. I tell you what, the translation on this is a little bit funky. I'm glad I'm reading the translation that somebody wrote instead of the automatic one, where everything's called Walgreens instead of Wildberries, because that's really confusing. All of my products were stored in those 2 warehouses. Oh dear, all of her products. I understand some people have suffered losses of 400 to 500 million. Remember, that's rubles. But everyone's standard of living and income levels are different. Well, she lives in a nice enough place. Well, you've got glass in your windows and everything. For me, having several million rubles taken out of circulation as losses that won't be compensated is an absolutely devastating situation. Oh. I'd just like to point out that there was a couple that owned a bakery and a coffee shop. And Russia bombed the bakery flat. So what they started doing was they started baking some goods at their coffee shop. And it wasn't as big and it wasn't as, they didn't make as much money off it. Profitable, that's the word. But they were still able to sell some of their goods at a smaller rate through their coffee shop. And the other day, Russia bombed their coffee shop flat. So, fuck this bitch. Just, in case you wondered what my opinion was. I hope she suffers. I really do. Anyway, She says, I understand, we will get through this anyway. We will figure something out. That's the spirit, love. But it was only today that I woke up realising how dependent we are on these marketplaces. Well, yes. How vulnerable we really are. How truly difficult these times are now. Well, you know, you probably celebrated when you saw things blowing up in Ukraine, so fuck you, bitch. So sad. So sad. I hope she struggles, I really do. I have a whole bunch of stuff to tell you, but I think I'm going to narrow it down to a tale of woe brought by Chris Owicki with regards to, well, the Russian journalist and activist Anastasia Kasharova, who's been fighting for soldiers' rights. She's come out with a revelation that some veterans are out of control, and she doesn't know what to do about it. The SVOshnik, basically, a drunken, traumatized, violent veteran of the war, has become a new figure of fear in Russia. Many participants of the war that they initiated in Ukraine have had to be discharged, usually through ill health or, in some lucky cases, having actually completed their contracts. I mean, those things don't happen very often, do they? They have brought with them, however, a new wave of violence and crime. Even prostitutes avoid them and will not go anywhere alone with them. A large part of the problem, as Kasharova notes, is that participants of the special military operation are often treated with deference by law enforcement agencies, so they just let them get away with anything, leaving the ordinary people vulnerable to their violent behaviours. For a long time, I tried to avoid the idea that being a participant was not a license for violence. But being an SVO participant carries a great responsibility to the front, to society. The face of a soldier is the face of the Russian army, the face of the defenders of Russia. Unfortunately, society today is beginning to view these participants with disdain. Every word they say causes backlash, as if they are insulting a defender of the motherland. We can trample and humiliate the doctors, the volunteers, the civil servants, the members of parliament, journalists and teachers, but an SVO participant is immune to all attacks no matter what they do, or the fights that they initiate. In one hospital, out of respect for the real soldiers and the doctors, I will not name the hospital, but the participants of the special military operation got drunk and started a riot at night. The police and the National Guard needed to be called, but they couldn't do anything because these guys were military personnel and considered untouchable. The soldiers undergoing treatment had been drinking, and when the alcohol was taken away, they threatened to kill themselves and others if it wasn't returned. They surrounded the nurses' station. They threatened and shouted. Other soldiers stepped in to aid the doctors, who refused to give up the alcohol and tried to help calm the troublemakers. These guys, the true warriors, sent me a bunch of videos. I cannot post them, but I will pass them to the investigative authorities. The drunken defenders shouted at the real soldiers who stood up for themselves and the doctors. Go pack your things. I'll make sure that you're not here otherwise. Ultimately, it was eventually the drunks and the troublemakers who were expelled from the hospital for breach of discipline, but it was a terrible time. After this, the instigator of the chaos, Vitaly Sokol, began spreading information that they were kicked out of the hospital for asking for their rights. He kept silent about the fact that everything had been explained to him, and his demand for alcohol and access to the premises for more than just family members because apparently he was phoning up prostitutes and getting them to come in to the ward. Yes. That they were demanding. And they were also demanding rooms for, shall we say, intimate behaviours. Yes, they wanted what she explicitly calls here fuck rooms for meetings with girls of low social responsibilities. He says, I fought and you all owe me. He began spreading these lies even in Ukrainian public groups, and they really love this kind of crap. The wife of one of the fighters who was rowdy, drinking, and threatened the medical staff told me, you should bow at his feet. He fought for you. For what? For not getting treatment but lashing out at the doctors and women? For receiving payments and demanding that everybody grovel and humiliate themselves before him because he thinks he is some elite? Because he received a minor wound and shows everyone what a hero he is here in the rear, trying to get discharged under a Category D, while at the same time guys in the front line are more wounded and cannot even get evacuation. These guys are fighting on crutches. They're brought back to their units. Those return with prosthetics. They are the ones that we must respect and fight for. I will stand for those guys who aren't receiving the treatment that they should have. Those guys who never get vacations. I will stand for those who followed their hearts, not just to make money. I will stand up for the mobilized and irregular soldiers and the true contract soldiers and volunteers who are struggling to defend their rights on the front line. But I certainly won't defend this riffraff who attack doctors, drink, and once sober go to our enemy and spread lies about us through their social media accounts. Hospitals now have to have very strict security because people recruited by the SBU and the posed as volunteers or comrades have started coming in and handing out food that is poisoned. Did we hear about this before? No, I didn't hear about this before. Thank you, Anastasia Kasharova, for telling us that. But it's impossible to explain this to the alcoholics and the drug addicts who only know the words, give me. Bit like a 3-year-old, isn't it? You want it. Gimme. To prevent such situations, we need stronger political officers who will monitor the moral character of soldiers in the Russian armed forces. I'm sorry, that one's funny. The introduction of a unified registry of volunteers allowed into restricted facilities and military hospitals to help the doctors, as they really do need the help. Strong security at hospitals and civilian clinics where our soldiers are treated, as nurses are unable to cope with them and their behaviours. I do feel a bit sorry for the nurses. Perhaps assign military police and commandant's officers to such facilities. Stop the informational and political support for the permissiveness that some members of the Special Military Operation are guilty of. Is there a problem with the war that you ordered? Oh well. Okay, lovely people, I have gone on long enough, and I do believe I am here with Ioana, ready to take the reins. And much as I love you all and I mean it, I'm going to go. So enjoy Will and Ioana. Bye.
Thanks, Mockers. And thanks FireFella, for the last 2 hours. We'll get stuck in. Ioana stuck into a nice spot here, and then get going. But of course, and we talk about whatever you want. I've got some things I want to cover. I'm sure Ioana also has some things she wants to cover. If there's anything that you guys want to talk about in the cheap seats and want to come up to the speakers level, make a request and we'll process it as we see them. If you're in a speaker slot and you got your hand raised and I don't see it, give us a wave, because sometimes they go missing. And as always, we're here to provide information, talk about the war in Ukraine and developments internationally and all that, but also platform the folks, the fundraisers for the folks that we regularly do here. Of course, Robin was helping raise some money this morning for the proactive War Doggos Proactive Fund, which had really good response this morning. Raised $255. She matched everybody this morning, so they raised about $500 this morning in her session that I sat in on as well. So I've talked out most of the change in leadership already, but if anybody else wants to talk about it, happy to do that. I'll just note that General Syrski, Alexander Syrski, should be absolutely positively thanked for his service at some of the tough times after the 2023 offensive, when the swap over made, some of the activity that he had to work the tough parts of the line to hold in Avdiivka, Pokrovsk, deciding when and how to withdraw people is a very, very difficult task, and that was done. I don't share anybody's view that would call him the butcher. It's a very difficult decision to make, and it's a hard process to get through, withdrawing from areas and giving up land for bodies. And I would say overall, you'd have to say that Ukraine has done a superb job of relaxing their grip on land in a military fashion and not losing too many lives, even though there were instances where things didn't go well and problems in the military. You'd have to say the Kharkiv advance, the Kursk offensive, and the defense up and down the line. The turn from we're just barely holding to clearly holding the line all took place well under General Syrski's watch, and he should be thanked and commended for his service. The obvious issues that they need to address, with manpower being the biggest of those, I think the choice of Dripati is superb for that major modification to the processes and reform of conscription. I call it. I don't call it mobilization. I persist in calling it conscription because it's not mobilization like Russia does it. It's conscription into the Ukrainian military, like all liberal democracies have always done, in order to meet their needs during wartime, and expect people to rise to support their country, even beyond the volunteers that do that first up. I think there are a lot of changes that can and need to be made, as I've talked about, since the conscription modification legislation was passed in 2025, and proposed some things that are, they still haven't worked through. The hardest reforms always have to do with human bodies, right? Procurement systems. I mean, there's difficult ones, but the hardest ones to work through are things like giving people targets and for recruitment, and leaving it up to the units, but then punishing them if they do bussification, and the manner in which you address things. How do you notify people? How do you demonstrate transparency and those sorts of things? There's a lot of issues that I've talked about and written about, and I wish Tripati the best of luck to get through that. I think he will be well suited to that based on his knowledge and experience in the recent past. And I think we're going from strength to strength here in the Ukrainian military. That I believe there's Ukrainian observers who don't believe that Ukraine has a deep bench of people to draw on. I disagree. I think that their expectations are too high. If you expect that you're not going to be able to replace the head of Azov battalion with or the Corps, the Azov Corps, which is where Beletsky comes from. Right, when you promote people, you also have to fill in behind them, and I think there's multiple candidates that will be strong in that role as well. So I am not sanguine about the problems that still remain to be resolved, and the continuation of the reforms that happened already. But I definitely think Tripathi can be a strong advocate for those, and wish him the best of luck, whilst also wishing General Sirski the best in whatever happens to him next. Unfortunately, he clung on and had to be fired from the position. I wish he would have resigned myself, because nobody thinks he's done a bad job. Nobody. I just think that there is a better job to be done from here, and he's probably not the right person to take it through to the next step. I think Tripathi is, and we'll see where we go. But I think we talked that out. Other than if anybody does know who's going to succeed in Azov or wants to talk about that for Beletsky, I'd be very interested in hearing opinions about that role. But otherwise, I just share Kirill Obunov's wishes of the best for Sirski, and wishes for the best going forward for General Tripathi. And what a smooth, excellent change of democracy here. Even the messy parts, even the silly part, where the Rada is now out on annual leave until the 18th, right? Sounds bizarre. Entire cabinet resigns as required by Constitution. The new prime minister is named, who should be good too. An interim head of the Ministry of Defense is named, who's a rock solid dude. And then we work through this messy process that they've developed for doing kind of an electronic town hall, if you will. Zelensky's gone through and canvassed the senior military staff, consulted on the change, made the change, and now a mere 6 days later, we're kind of through it, but there's obviously need to get the Rada back off leave eventually, and get the nominations ratified and the rest of the positions filled. It's bizarre and messy, but I kind of love it. I don't know about you, Ioana, but I kind of love it that the Rada went ahead and went on their regular August break until 18th of August, thinking, yeah, we're at a war and all that, but hey, I'm going to Disney World, and the thing is, it'll be okay. That we're not at a panic here. Ukraine is moving along here on a program they've got, and obviously, the strategic strike campaign is carrying on. Obviously, the mid-range strike campaign is on. Obviously, they're not starved for drones and all the weapons that they need, whilst actually starving Russia for things that they need. And they are holding the line up and down the line everywhere. There's a couple of places where I'm particularly becoming concerned, not Kostiantynivka, and it looks like Huliopoli is actually winding down. But the activity in Seversk is starting to make me a bit concerned. But north of Seversk, it actually looks like, north of Liman, in fact, it actually looks like Russia might have gotten out over their skis a little far there, and may have a salient cut off on them and leave some guys stranded in a cauldron, which would be an amazing achievement. But Ukraine has let them push out into that salient north of Liman, because they're like, you know what? You soak up as many farmers' fields there as you think you can cover, and that's what Russia's done. But I don't. They're on the road to nowhere, and the lines got a bit thin, and maybe they've cut off some guys up there. They definitely found a way to infiltrate, consolidate, and take back positions north of Huliopoli, to press down on the supply lines from the north of Russia's advanced west from Huliopoli, and have captured 60 odd guys, 64 guys up there, in a technique which, from the Russian side's description of it, shows that Ukraine has once again innovated a little bit in relation to infiltration, This is the way, the Russia began to start to attack. It's not with big body waves anymore. These infiltration attacks with just a couple of guys trying to sneak through and find a hole and hole up until some other guys show up, and then raise a flag and try to move more through that wave, in and through these very, very spread out lines on both sides of the military of both sides of these armies, with pretty comprehensive drone coverage between them, but still some holes. But Ukraine learned how to play that game as well, and they learned to play it better, because what we see described now in the north, where north of Heliopoli, where these territory has been taken back, a couple hundred square kilometers, and when Russia moved back in and infiltrated the next time and tried to retake the positions, they met Ukrainian soldiers who had walked in light. The Ukrainian operators that moved into the north up there from those assault brigades moved in a similar fashion, with just small numbers of guys that could make it through the drone coverage. But then when they landed at the position and started to try to consolidate how they were going to defend the position, along came some Vampire heavy lift drones and would drop them in heavy machine guns and grenade launchers and all kinds of equipment and material that they needed to defend, so that the next time the Russians came crawling with their infiltration tactics, remember, those guys had to carry everything they brought with them for 10 kilometers or more. And they arrived tired, and they arrived to positions that Ukrainians had moved into that had heavy weapons and grenade launchers and well-supplied, well-rested, and better trained troops. And you get what you get. And so I think that I don't know if that tactic will be useful everywhere, but it certainly worked there, and it's been successful. And I hope that we can find a way to make sure that the reinforcements and drone units, if that's what they need or whatever they need in Sloviansk, Kramatorsk agglomeration, to keep the cancer out to the west, out to the east, farther to the east than it is near Seversk. But that's like I say, that's troubling, but it's not a crisis. And meanwhile, we'll make the change here. Hopefully, Ukraine can do another amazing thing, because to amaze us, and Russia's gonna have a mobilization in autumn, right? They're gonna. So when a whole bunch of more meat shows up and down the line, what I'd like to see is Ukraine meet it with a sufficient amount of everything, including manpower, such that they can counter Russia's what will have to be Russia's last ditch attempt to try to move anywhere in this war. And from that point on, we should see culmination and exhaustion and abandonment of positions. From that, the high water mark of Russia should likely be not long after they do their mobilization and try one big last push everywhere. But I'd like to see that be blunted and get nothing for it by Ukraine also being able to fill out all the units that it needs to with manpower, finish filling up the corps the way that they had planned, finish consolidating the brigades where they were planning to do so. And they won't be able to get all the way toward federalizing and nationalizing national standard basic training, but they should work toward it as far as they can, to uniform standards in all brigades that are all units, that all corps that are recruiting people and training them should start doing that to a unified standard, and they should go to unified facilities and unified processes and instructors and all as soon as possible. If they really wanted to make use of, if our allied countries, Romania, I name that because you're here, if Romania, Poland, Germany, all the real allies of Ukraine, if they sent in the units that they've had overseas training Ukrainian troops to NATO standards, if they brought all that cadre into Ukraine and help set up the processes and everything, the facilities, the processes, all the logistics to get as many of these recruits in and jumpstart that process so that we can get unified training, improve the quality of basic training across the board, but to Ukrainian conditions using NATO backbone and processes, but all the content will come from Ukraine. This could get done with a Herculean effort, with a real focus on it. It could get done to give us, I don't know, 100,000 new troops, new, fresh, well-trained troops by the time Russia finishes its its elections and calls of mobilization, and a couple months later, these people start showing up. They could show up to a better army than Ukraine has in the field right now, significantly better army still, if they put the Kickstarter into the reforms that they've proposed for manpower across the board, from the standards, from the pay and conditions, from the elimination of bussification, I would like to see the nationalization of the basic training scheme. And there are people standing by who should be able to help do that, including all of the members of Operation Kudu from Australia who were over training in Britain. They should ask all those people, are you willing to go do the same sort of work, administering something that can be set up so that basic training can be industrialized in Ukraine? Are you willing to play that same role in Ukraine, recognizing that you'll be at some danger in doing so? I reckon every one of those people, every one of the Australians would say, yes, I understand the risks, and I'm willing and interested in participating. They should be asked, and NATO or all of Ukraine's friendly allies should engage and do this as an emergency. Get started doing it, because there's bureaucracy to get out of the way. There's that risk. There's the pearl clutching you have to do over what getting involved. I'm not talking about combat soldiers. I'm talking about training advisors that get into Ukraine and provide the catalyst to get this whole thing moving much quicker, so that we can get a lot more troops in the field with a minimum of 4 months basic training of a national standard, that all the units get filled up with all the people that they need, so that when Russia comes knocking, there aren't any holes. Everybody cops a bullet right in the forehead. So I think it's a big, big, broad, difficult task, but I think it can be done. I think they can harness the work they've done already and get that whole process done. It's a big, massive, big job. I think that it deserves the priority it needs, because we all know what Russia's going to do. We all know it. And even if Russia didn't do it, even if Russia didn't call a mobilization, Ukraine needs to fix that stuff anyway as a priority, because it's going to need an 800,000 person standing army when this war is over. And I hope they can get there before they need it, rather than as the war finishes and keep building through it. I think it's doable. I think it's an important thing, and it doesn't have to do with personalities or anything. I'd like to. I still want to focus on the issues of what needs to be done in reform. So from here, Ioana, welcome, and how are you?
Yeah, so I will. So apparently it's very difficult to get the co-host. I will try to do something about this app. There was also an Android update. I don't know which one is messing with me. I'll try to solve it. Sorry for not being so ready this time. Yeah,
Not a problem. Don't ever blame the technology. And all you have to do is you raise your hand. I'll watch all the hands. I'll keep an eye on that. And I've done my rant for today already, so I can just provide color for you.
You are amazing, Will. Yeah, about what you talked, the new changes at the head of the defense ministry and army in Ukraine. I was reluctant to talk about this because, first of all, we don't have all the data. I mean, even the most documented people don't have all the data. It's very difficult to know exactly what is happening and why, what is the motivation of different things. For example, there was a government reshuffle, so basically all the ministers had to go. I think Zelensky tried to keep both of them, both Fedorov and Sirski, for a while, trying to, convince each of them to accept this. I think it failed. Well, this happens. I mean, Ukrainians are great, but they are not angels, and sometimes they have some flaws. All of them, it's not like, they are humans. So there is hubris, there are personal motivations and so on. So yeah, I don't want to comment on that because we don't have all the data. And the most important thing is, I think whomever they choose will be capable to continue this line. I think the line is drawn. I think they know what they have to do. I think they have a strategy. I don't think that the strategy, the great strategy, will change with a person at the head of the ministry or at the head of the army. Yes, there might be, small changes here and there, but I think that the strategy is set. I'm seeing that the strategy works. It's continuing even in this period where there was like destabilization at the front. I mean, at the front, at the head of those institutions. So they continued. The strikes continued. The strategy continued. The battlefield situation is not bad. So I think, yeah, I do trust the Ukrainians. As I said, they are not angels. None of them. They are humans. They have their flaws here and there. Things like this happen in a democracy. Things like this happen in war. I mean, in all the wars, I think there were a lot of changes for the general staff and so on. So yeah, I don't want to comment on this. I've seen these people being very heated in social media, commenting on one or the other, defending or blaming, and so on and so forth. As I said, this is a war and these things happen, and I do trust the Ukrainian decisions overall. And we will see. I mean, we will see. In the meantime, I've seen some other strikes, and it seems to be a change in strategy for Russia because apparently there are some battlefronts that are less important right now, and they seem to reroute their forces. So I'm wondering what is happening. And my last comment, because you mentioned mobilization in the autumn. In the end, yeah, I was almost sure that there will be a mobilization in the autumn for Russia. But now I'm beginning to doubt it because I'm seeing a lot of voices in Russia being very, upset about what is happening with the fuel and some other stuff and supply and so on. I'm seeing a lot of discontent, and Putin is a coward after all. He is a coward. He is a coward. I just want to underline this. Yes, he may be bragging. He may try to project this image of a very strong man and so on, but he is a coward. And I'm not sure he will be risking a mobilization in the autumn. To be honest, I'm not sure he will be risking this. So yeah, we will see. But either the strong-willed those who claim that Russia is not doing enough will impose their will, and there will be a mobilization, and this will be a catastrophe for Russia, or Putin, which is a coward, will impose his will of not doing a mobilization, which will be a catastrophe for Russia. So yeah, I'm not saying much. Back to you, Will.
Right. Well, we'll have a bet. I'll buy you dinner if they don't do a mobilization by the end of September, and you can buy me dinner otherwise, or drinks at Crimean beach party or something. But I reckon they are, because while you say I accept that he's a coward, and all of the means and the weaselly ways they've been trying to put it off. I just reckon that they're pretty much out of options. And if he doesn't get rolled in the government, he's going to have to take the side of and make some actions to appease his hawks, of which he's one. He's the main head of that group, and they've got to use it or lose it, and I think they're going to have to go all in on war efforts as the elections are done. And I just think there's too many mechanistic things that the Russian government has done that signal that they are going to make a mobilization, that they've piled up and convinced me that it's going to happen this time. Although I've been fooled and committed to being wrong before. It's the one area I just can't seem to get right. Predictions on what Russia's going to do for sure, but I reckon they will. Let's see, Lexi, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you're not alone there, not getting that right. I'm also cautious, though. I'm kind of with Ioana, and also you say the indications. I mean, I'm with Ioana in the sense that it's hard to say they're going to do it when going to do this mobilization. There's a number of things. In terms of indications, well, yeah, there's a hawkish side very likely calling for this. We don't see much public call for this, and we certainly don't see Putin in any way preparing for it, trying to prepare his population ideologically in whatever convoluted way he would go about that. The another thing is that we know that if he has confidence in his various forces, we know he has prepared. It was a long time ago, can't remember when, but more than a year, maybe more than 2 years, he has given himself the legal authority. It makes me laugh why the Russians pretend to create legal authorities to do things, but he does have that for what it's worth. The point is, how would you go about it? Is there a difference in how you'd go about it if you declared the mobilization, or how would you go about it if you remained with whatever is your legal authority right now and just ramped up the bussification, whatever, mobilization, secret?
You're talking about Ukraine's side, not Russia.
No, I'm talking about mobilization on the part of Russia, Putin.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I just use the word bussification because they use that in Russia.
Yeah, and that's kind of, or press ganging. That's what they do there as well. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where they got it from, because they showed those, what's that place, Penza, where they were doing that and women stormed the buses and stuff.
Actually, it first showed up about a year and a half ago in Russia when they were raiding construction sites in Krasnodar.
Yeah, that's why it's such a criticism, leveled at Ukraine, was doing just what Russia's doing. But but the profound thing is that okay, and the third point that Ioana's making, that we know that the thing that Putin is extremely worried about throughout this whole war has been, especially after the demonstration effect of September 2023, was it? The effect that would have on opposition, the one thing people really do care about. And we're seeing more and more unruliness of the population. So it seems difficult. But the thing that's really important to me is, as I've been writing, with what fuel? I just cannot understand how they can significantly increase the number of bodies they attempt to throw into this for all of.
Well, there's a whole bunch of thousands of Wildberries employees that are out of work.
Yes, I can see that, and I hope they do summon them to a meeting to get help and information, and they'll be there. There's probably a lot of older ladies and fat.
No, it's actually mostly foreigners, so they might not be able to press all those foreigners into work into the military this time, because having done it so many times before, those people might appeal to their own home governments.
Yeah, of Tajikistan. Yeah, so anyway, there's that. I just really think that the logistic to support a mobilization are just not there. They haven't got the logistics to support the army they have. They're at any rate, and or even to strengthen it. right now with whatever coercive means. But the other thing, and so I just wanted to say that I'm also withholding judgment on the whole Fedorov situation. On Telegram, the Ukrainian couple of channels are saying that Fedorov is still holding out. It's Ukrainska Pravda and it's Insider Ukraine, saying that that Fedorov has rejected all of these positions, and Insider UA says that he doesn't see how the reforms that he considers necessary can be achieved without having the power of being in the ministry. Now, you know, who knows? But there are people, I noted people saying that the demonstrations, he's still holding out, that the demonstrations are still calling for this. I'm going to go over there this aft and see, but see what's going on, and if they're still calling for his reinstallation, or if there are large numbers calling for this. But also there are people who have, you get all the reasoning possible comes out here, but there are people saying that Zelensky needs the call from the population to make the argument that this really is by popular demand. And I know people are saying, "Wow, this would be a real bad look," and he can't. How can the president let himself be pushed around? You know, who knows? You can argue both ways. I'm just saying that. Your reporter on the ground is going out there to see what we can see, and I'm also monitoring Ukrainian Telegram to see.
Well, ask people if Fedorov can't come back, why not just leave? Why not get instant karma approved in that position? General, the head of the SBU, who's a real innovator himself. He would, as minister, you know, the acting minister of defense,
Right.
could easily.
Why couldn't karma work?
Yeah, why
with
couldn't?
Fedorov?
Is he not acceptable? Because Fedorov, you know, having moved, been forced to move and remove both of them, Zelensky can stay consistent in his approach from the very beginning. He wanted to remove both of them, but only thought he had power in the short term to remove Fedorov, so he did. He's now worked through the process, consulted with the protesters, consulted with the military, replaced Syrskyi. Why couldn't he now try to sell karma to the public because of his pedigree?
And anyway, what a great name. And to have you're worried about your war while karma's come back. Yeah, absolutely. And I again commend to people the interview, Colin Roberts' interview with Brovdi, because man alive, if you needed some good shit talking of the Russians, and plus really laying bare his view, how, if you're wondering how he feels about the Russians or what does he think about worms, well, just wonder no more. And the last point I want to say about saving lives, Brovdi says in this thing, in a very outstanding segment of the interview, he says, "We are taking Crimea back, and not a single Ukrainian soldier has been killed. Not a single Ukrainian soldier has been wounded. Nobody has died." So that's really interesting. So back to you. Ioana's probably coming.
Yeah. So, yeah, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to point what Lexecon has said. We agree, Will, that in the autumn, the economic situation in Russia will be horrific. I mean, there are all the signs there. And the mobilization, if it happens, it has to happen after the elections in Russia in September. So basically in autumn. And I'm with Lexicon in asking how, if they will mobilize, how they will get there. I mean,
All right,
there is the need. There is the need for food, for clothes, for fuel, and so on and so forth. So I don't know. This will be a very important effort. Yeah, tell me.
Here's how. He already can't. He can't raise money for it either. You forgot to talk about the fact that they've suspended OFZ bond issuances because they couldn't get any. They couldn't get any volume filled, so they have no cash to do any of this. Add all the problems you've talked about, plus they have zero cash to be able to afford it. So here's how you still do it. Putin declares war. He declares martial law, mobilizes all the population he needs, takes control of the economy even further the way he can, forces people to stay in roles, suspend salaries, do whatever necessary to make the money go round, get started back up and keep going, and make his last ditch attempt to try to take the remaining portions of the Donbass and Luhansk and Zaporizhia that he doesn't have, and then sue for peace on the fact that that we own it on the ground. Is now I think he can do it if the Hawks want to do this, but it's phenomenally risky, and this is why I say it would be the culmination of anything that Russia is going to get is going to be after a mobilization, because they do have massive discontent. They do have massive financial problems. They are starting to have significant political problems. And the only way to do this is what Putin has always done before, is to escalate. He
Yeah, but
escalates
there
to
is
solve his problems.
yeah, but there is something here, and you in the West, you are not very used to this. So maybe there will be no protests, even if he declares war and general mobilization and so on. But this kind of societies, like Russia, the societies that are oppressed because there is oppression, even if there was this polish of, a democratic society, they will maybe not protest because the actions of the government will be very strong against both protests, but there will be a stubborn opposition underground. This happens in this kind of countries. This happened in Romania. This happened in other countries that were under the Russian boot. This stubborn opposition on the ground, people trying to counter all the actions of the government with a stubborn opposition. When they will ask for bread, they will say there is no bread. When they will ask for food, they will say there is no food. Then, when they will ask for people, they will sabotage or do everything against it, because I don't think that the population supports a new war. If it was in 2022, let's say in the fall of 2022, maybe it would have worked. Right now, I think the population is beginning to see what it means to be in war, and I think they will oppose. Many of them, what they will oppose with all their strength to this. Maybe not officially overt opposition, but there will be an opposition on the ground. This is like how I feel it, and I'm glad that Decoding is here, because I think he might be able to talk about this. And I am very, eager to see your opinion on this one.
Yeah, let me just give the last point and then we'll go to decoding. Here's the other thing. Remember, Russia has to mobilize because they can't afford to have an example on their border that's doing what they're doing. Russia, it would, Putin fears an uprising, even though they're phenomenally repressive, and they will get more repressive. He will get repressive early. Here's Putin's characteristics. He escalates to solve his problems, and he goes to repression early. If he feels like he needs to go to repression, he goes there early and hard first. It's a trait he's done before, and I think that with the positive example on their border that they had this protest, and remember how Russia has tried to characterize the protests in Ukraine. They've tried to paint them as anti-Zelensky, they're anti-dictatorial protests. Yet the protests have done exactly what the Zelensky has made the exact changes that they've wanted thus far, which nobody in Russia believes the propaganda they're talking about Ukraine. And it's such a positive example for Russia that they can't hardly afford it. So I think it's their observation of how well things are going in Ukraine with they're shit scared about Tripati, right? The folks who are in the know in Russia are shit scared about the fact that Syrski's been replaced for Tripati, and they've had these positive protests, and they go on. They can do all this stuff even while they're at war. The example to Russia couldn't be clearer, and I think I just believe the Hawks will escalate, and we'll get a full mobilization, a declaration of martial law, and it'll set the stage for culmination of military activity by Russia. Decoding.
Hi, thank you all for being there. The last few days have been epic. Moffers, yourself, all of you, amazing performance. Just on the narrow point of, and I saw this going out, I think Tatarajami are the one of the first sources for this troll, as I perceive it, that somehow Fedorov would take some, mega meta ministry. This is Politics 101. I was General Secretary of a governing anti-sectarian political party in Northern Ireland for 4 years, the Alliance Party. I went through a similar situation to Fedorov, obviously on a much more minor way, and I bottled it, and I don't regret necessarily bottling it, because I subjected myself to the party's discipline, and I didn't make a big song and dance about it. But I admire the fact he has made a big song and dance about it. And having made a big song and dance about it, he is not going to fall for the troll of, oh, you can have this, the same thing that Umarev went for whatever reason, he did it in his personal way. He went for the NSA position. And so you see all of this speculation in all of these from Teterjami and loads of media outlets. This guy, Barak Ravid, somehow is chiming in on the whole thing, having told us the war in Iran is over 94 times. And I have been saying since this time last year, the war in Iran is a constant. There will be an American ground invasion. Iran is trolling Trump and America to its doom. And everything I have said about this on the record, on my weekly podcasts, on Decoding Distant Folklore, is panning out. I'm not saying because I'm a strategic genius or anything like that. I'm just reading the tea leaves. And the tea leaves here are someone of Fedorov's, his stature even before this, isn't going to be absolutely naive enough. Now, some journalists writing about it might be because they don't understand power. They don't understand magister and minister. This is the way Indo-European governance has been organized for 6,000 years. Magister, the magus, is President Zelensky. The minister is under the magus. It's in the language. And you don't swap a ministerial ship for, oh, I'll put you in the National Security Council where you'll have more power to organize things. There's only one power in the Constitution. It's the president and the ministers. So on the basis of that, just understanding power, looking from having been inside a power structure, albeit less complicated and not in the middle of the biggest land war in Europe since 1945, thank God, having exposed himself in that way and resigned, and whether President Zelensky is complicit in this or not, I think there's definitely possible argument for it. I'm understanding that Fedorov was the intern on the campaign. At the very beginning, he believed in President Zelensky, and he's been at his side for the last 7 years. Yermak wasn't even by his side for 7 years. Yermak was his lawyer, the production company. They got on quite well personally. But Fedorov is President Zelensky's, he's the apprentice. Actually, I must write a piece on this. And whether or not President Zelensky is complicit in this, Fedorov has understood the potential of his power when he resigned, and he's not going to accept. He doesn't need to. He hasn't lost anything. This isn't Sersky against Fedorov, in my humble opinion. It's pre-Maidan, the remnant of pre-Maidan Ukraine, which has done okay things in the war. But I also take the point that it was Sersky and a Yermak and his moon-named medium who were convinced that the Russians weren't going to invade. I, on the other hand, was convinced by my father in early December 2021 that the Russians were going to invade, and I left Ukraine. I was ready to leave on the 25th of December, and I left on the 29th of January because I was convinced it was going to be. And then you have Yermak and Sersky withdrawing all the troops from the Kiev area, and it was only Zaluzhny who, like me, read the tea leaves and understood what was going on, who kept it in. Now, Sersky takes the credit for that, and for instance, giving the guy Andre, who got to him on the first day of the full-scale invasion, who ran a trial bikes thing around the Irpin Valley. He knew if you flooded the Irpin Valley, you'd stop the Russians. And somehow, through knowing someone who worked in the kitchens in the palace, he gets to Sersky somehow. So that is to Sersky's credit that he took the meeting on the busiest working day of his life. And he left Andre, this random guy, left with his father-in-law and a couple of his employees, left that meeting with almost a ton of explosives, which they then, with sovereign assent, blew up the Kozorovaci Dam, which flooded the Irpin Plain. So that is to Sersky's credit. But the fact of the matter is, he ordered the withdrawal of all the Ukrainian defense forces from Kyiv. And if Zaluzhny hadn't disobeyed that order and delayed, we would have, well, I'm not going to say we would have lost Kyiv, but I'm saying he's no angel. But anyway, back to the narrow point, Fedorov, I believe, is not going to, and obviously I'll accept I'm wrong if this happens in 2 hours' time, but looking at the power, looking at how these things work, and looking at where Fedorov is now, he's going to be in all of these surveys up way beyond Zaluzhny. They're yesterday's men. Even Budanov, who we don't even know ever even wants to be president, Fedorov is now going to
Bite
be
your
them.
tongue.
I know, and obviously, I like all of
How
us. And like,
dare you speak such about my patron saint Budanov? I'm
no,
kidding.
I
I
don't mean in
understand.
that
I
bad way.
understand
I don't mean
totally.
that bad way. He is still a king, and I suspect he's literate in all of this stuff. And
Drapati and Budanov are going to kill this Russia forever, and we won't even need a military when these two are done.
100%, and they're totally on board with this. And I've been really persuaded, actually, in the last few days by this idea, which hadn't really occurred to me, that people like Sersky or of the ilk, the old Soviet ilk, it was in their interest maybe to prolong this war. And if there's a way for this whole asymmetric victory stuff, which Budanov and clearly the Tripati, so I'm interested by that.
And
Anyway,
that's where your line could be drawn. Budanov and Drapati both are not from the Soviet system. There's legacies of it in Ukraine, of course, in the military, but both of those two came up from the programs after Ukraine separated it from Russia, and they both have, they went to the Kharkiv School of Military, yada yada, whatever, and so they're kind of separate. Sersky actually has a Soviet pedigree.
Indeed, and President Zelensky himself, he was 17 when the Soviet Union fell. This is why it doesn't ring true to me that he would have chosen Sersky over Fedorov in an even fight. But what could be in the factor is, to some extent, provoking the protests. We went through this in where it was done by accident in 2019, October. Yermak, probably on the advice of his suspiciously moon-named medium, initialed, and we saw the initials of the Steinmeier proposal. And I went to some of these rallies myself to monitor them. The No to Capitulation movement grew up, and President Zelensky turned around in Paris in December 2019 and said, "No, I'll not be your General Pétain." And then we saw the thing last summer. So this pattern, they're literate in this pattern, and these demonstrations are way bigger than the No to Capitulation ones, which were mainly because even at that time in October 2019, people thought it was lost. They thought Crimea was lost. A lot of people did. And it was really just the stalwarts of the Azov battalion and Pravi sector, and people who had really sacrificed in the war in the East, who were just like, no, we're not going to capitulate. And I was going to these rallies because it was part of my job to try and work out what's a real protest and what's a fake protest. And it took me about 2 minutes to determine this is real. And this movement is real. So here we're going through the whole thing again. But Budanov, yeah, and President Zelensky, these are not Soviet thinkers. Of course, like the rest of us, there's a residue inside all of our thinking of our parents and all of that stuff. But these are modern. They just want a modern, normal Ukraine, and crucially, the respect for life, for human life, which it now appears, and I've been convinced of this, that Sersky shares this. They think, sacrificing for the cause, the little man for the cause, even if it's unnecessary, it's kind of necessary, and that's a crucial distinction, I think, as well. Out.
Yeah, I think he erred a bit on that side. So that Anna Adetska, and I think Mockers actually shares this view that Fedorov and Zelensky were so tight and go back so far, as you say, through his presidency, that they may have engineered this on the sly, his removal, so that they could get rid of Syrskyi, and needed to get public support in order to do it. I don't believe that theory. I think it's interesting theory. I think it's more like you've got this young guy who's really good, that did a fantastic job at another ministry, has been with you since you became president. But every now and then you get brilliant guys. You're you're working with all these brilliant people, but they just, they create too many problems for you. And clearly there is massive amount of evidence that Fedorov and Syrskyi had from the start difficulties in making reforms, accepting reforms, and maybe going about those reforms in a way that offended possibly a little bit. And that probably, a small amount, shall I say, of young arrogance from Fedorov probably really pissed Syrskyi off, which is why Zelensky said, I was thinking to replace both of them. He's sort of done that now. Whether or not they bring Fedorov back, because I think Fedorov's errors were fewer in number and less damning for cause than were Syrskyi. Syrskyi and the chief of the general staff, which is why they've both been replaced, literally were refusing to implement MOD policy, which it's a civilian-controlled military, and if you refuse to go through, if you refuse to implement policy and basically stop taking the calls of the Minister of Defense, that's an actionable item for those guys. And I think they had to go. And probably Fedorov also went because he made some technically incorrect things that he shouldn't have done with the budget, particularly, and advocating and some of the tendering stuff that really pissed everybody off. But that probably wasn't incorrect. But he was really ruffling feathers, causing problems for Zelensky. The technical issue of the transferring of budgets for personnel to the drone area to solve an expedient problem is what Syrskyi came out with yesterday in his op-ed to try to justify why Fedorov was the problem, not him. I said yesterday, I think that explanation is disingenuous, especially the part where he said, "Oh, I didn't think we had a problem." Really, didn't you? When you failed to follow directives on movement to the core structure, when you failed to stop relocating and separating brigades, when the stuff that you sat at a table and agreed was going to be the way to go with the Ministry of Defense, and you went back to the head of the military and actively went against some of it. I just think that it was disingenuous for him to think he didn't have a problem. So my theory still is that Zelensky needed to get rid of Fedorov in order to get rid of, he wanted to do both of them. If the protests are successful and keep going to bring Fedorov back, and that wins out, so be it. It's Ukraine's decision to make, and it might work. But to be honest, I think just stick with a new guy, because this war doesn't depend on one person, and Fedorov needs to accept a new role that isn't going to be the Ministry of Defense. And if he makes the young, arrogant a mistake of saying, no, I've got to have control of everything as Minister of Defense, I won't take another role, then, maybe he leaves government. But he's going to land on his feet because he's a brilliant kid. You're not going to keep him out of success, away from success, and it'll be fine and we can move on. But that's just my theory of how this is going to pan out. I don't know. And I'd be happy to see him brought back. I'd be happy to see the protests carry on because honestly, they're like a festival. I mean, a lady was out there, brought cats that she needed to find homes. She had kittens. They were handing out food. They make fun of people that are trying to accuse the protesters of being FSB plants and doing it for money or whatever. They handed out fake money. I wish I spoke and read Ukrainian well, because the signs and the chants that they were doing to take the piss out of the people who were trying to say that the protests were disingenuous or anything. It's a thing of pleasure to watch Ukrainian democracy in action, direct democracy, and I hope the protests continue. But we'll see. None of this is bad, in my opinion. This change, people had said Ukraine couldn't go through this change while the war was on. They just say, hold my beer. Vatniksoep?
Yeah, I have a few comments, but such a great analysis, Will, in my eyes. I was on those protests, and what struck me the most was basically like I'm in NAFO, and it felt like a NAFO parade basically, because you had all these memes, all this playfulness in their protest, all this creativity that really, started to get me back to like that feeling when you're with NAFO people and you have like the same kind of jokes, etc. I thought Decoding made like an interesting comment about like the Security Council. Fedorov will definitely not go there because you take Russia, for example, if you are demoted, you're put somewhere in the Security Council where you can't do much damage. So it's like a huge demotion, and I think the same applies for Ukraine in this sense. About Syrskyi, I also had a comment there because in my eyes, the whole conflict which emerged was not only Syrskyi. Syrskyi had the backing of few people that that haven't come out of the woodworks publicly, but there was, Fedorov was fighting more than just Syrskyi in this whole thing, which you often have in Eastern European politics, that there's a whole power structure behind it, with people in business, with people on other positions that were supporting Syrskyi. So that, in my eyes, was the reason why Zelensky caved down and, then eventually chose to keep Syrskyi. But anyway, I have a question for you unrelated to this. We were talking about Russia and the fact that they need to finance this war, etc. And in that sense, what do you think the role of the oligarchs will be in this matter? Are they the modern boyars that are just subservient to Putin and will just be forced to chip in, or will something different happen?
So I hope Decoding can answer some of this because I feel like I'm out on a limb. I don't want to predict anything for like a week because I've got this really great record going now for both military targets and what was going to happen here in relation to Ukraine. That if I say anything about Russia and it turns out to be wrong immediately, that it'll ruin my good record. I'm not sure if I can predict things in Russia, but here's the thing. There are a lot of rich people. There were about 100 oligarchs that were more than billionaires in Russia before the war in 22. There's about 150 now. There's a lot of people who've made an absolute shit ton of money off of this war, and there's the old guard who are actually losing money on this war and would want to shift and go a new direction. How it's all going to line out in an atmosphere where the public is losing confidence in the war, do those oligarchs collectively, the ones who aren't doing well and want to see a future for themselves and their children to be able to go to school in France and whatever, are those guys collectively ready to reach down and grab some sack and go for it to remove the president and put somebody else in, co-opt the security apparatus so that they get on side with it and can do it easy or do it hard. I do not know. I think there probably is very few people that are brave enough to start to put together a coalition to oust Putin at this point, but I don't know for sure. Decoding, have you got any insight on this or whatever else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say what Vatniksoep was saying. I think Vatniksoep is probably talking about seeing this dinosaur Boyko. So let's go back into deep history, and understanding the characters in this distant folklore tale gives you the key to understanding what's going on. And as Vatniksoep said, if I'm right in suggesting that when he saw Boyko, he had the same reaction that I did. It was like, holy God, what? Okay, so this is a power structure underneath it. Seeing that Yermak was already on my hit list, not least because he had a medium whose father was an opposition bloc, which Boyko was part of, and lives in the occupation, and her call sign is Luna, moon. Luna, the Russian secret service, are obsessed with creating kudos by appealing to these foundational concepts in our culture. Can't prove that. It just pops up again and again and again. But anyway, Boyko. So basically, the opposition bloc created by Paul Manafort in February 2014 as a vehicle to rebrand Party of the Regions, which was toxic, then split in around May 2018, all funded all the way along by four odious oligarchs, a couple of whom have probably recovered from it, but others who are still very odious, like Deripaska and that shyster who is in Austria, Firtash. And I won't mention the other two because they may have recovered themselves. So opposition bloc, Party of the Regions, all Paul Manafort's work, all convicted in court. He went to jail for it. He didn't pay tax on the money. 2005 to 2014 paid, I think, about $35 million. I read all the papers, all the documents. So creates opposition bloc in February 2014. Same troll the Russians use everywhere they go, all the post-Soviet space. Let's archetype all the opposition as opposition bloc. And if we brand it as opposition and opposition bloc, then all the other opposition will be defound, because people will talk about opposition as the brand, and then people will make this mistake that the opposition, the brand, contains all the opposition. It's a great trick. It's a linguistic trick. I've seen it again and again in different post-Soviet countries, but Paul Manafort really went for it. And then around May 2018, I think it was, there's this big split in the opposition bloc. The first thing they do is decide on the argument. And you had Boyko and this complete nightmare, Medvedchuk, who most of us will know as a character. And then you had he's basically now the acting head of the military civilian administration in President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih. But President Zelensky left there. No one knew of him there. I went to Kryvyi Rih after his election, went to all my contacts. I used to go there all the time as political focal point for the OSCE, for Dnipropetrovsk. I went to my contacts and I was like, who is this Zelensky guy? And none of them knew who he was because he left there to go to university, never came back. But the party there. So anyway, this dinosaur Boyko was very much he ran against President Zelensky. He didn't do that well because they split the vote. Medvedchuk did better, but he was on the ballot paper. So when I see him coming out to support Sersky, this triggers all of these things that I've mentioned here. And it's a real eye-opener for me, as perhaps for Vatniksoep, because you're like, oh, wait, this is the tip of an iceberg, and I didn't even know this iceberg existed. And Yermak, long suspected by Ukrainians to be part of it. Now, I supported him while he is clearly he was beside. Well, I'll leave it at that. Out.
Thank you. Vatniksoep, I'm not sure if that answers any or all of your question about what's going to happen in Russia. Do you have any other? Well, I mean, do you have an idea? Do you get a sense from talking to anybody or the reading that you're doing that there are real political problems going on inside Russia, or is it just grumbling and possibly propaganda?
What I find interesting is the position of the communists in Russia, Zyuganov, of course, that we know quite well, and the call upon. So this is something I want to stress. Like, people often call this Putin's war, but the communists, who are quite big in Russia, they are as adamant to support this war, as are a lot of other Russian political factions. But the interesting part is always like, okay, where do we put the bill? And that's where the growling goes on in Russia, where the communists have basically pleaded like, hey, we shouldn't put the bill at the ordinary Russian citizen. We should put the bill at like the oligarchs. They should chip in, not the ordinary civilian. They shouldn't suffer from this war. So that's like rather interesting. So it's not like the communists are saying, hey, stop this war, it's bad for the people. It's like, redistribute the costs of this war to all these people that have been profiting, to all these people that have been, getting rich of this war even. And I think there is like the most interesting kind of like dynamic going on right now, because even in the Russian propaganda, if you look at like the current television programs, you have propagandists fighting among each other, and what you currently see is like, you see propagandists fighting over who is most loyal to Putin, and who has done enough to support this war, etc. And it's basically a portrayal of like two things. The first of all is like, further down the line you get in this war and Putin, the more paranoia Putin got. So it's a bit like the old days with Stalin. You want to prove your loyalty, and you want to prove that you have chipped in enough and that you supported the war enough. So it even becomes some sort of like contest where you start saying like, hey, I did this, I did that, I'm a patriot. And then the other one says, no, you're not a patriot because you haven't done this and this, etc., etc. So in this way, it's really interesting that like that's where the main conflict lies in my eyes. Not about like, should we continue or not continue this war? It's rather like one side like, where do we put the costs, and the other side is like, okay, we want to continue this war, but not on our costs. We want other people to pay it. And that's where the biggest conflict in my eyes lies. Where are the bills going in the end? And people are doing all this politics now in trying to posture themselves as loyal, etc. So they're not called upon to be the ones that be scapegoated and get their property stolen. Because eventually that will happen in Russia, that like some oligarchs who are not completely inane or whatever, bam, their goods will be confiscated, and it serves a two-sided purpose, in the sense that, first of all, it shows other people like, don't rebel against me from Putin's perspective, and it also finances his war. So yeah, that's the only dynamic I see right now, Will.
I see another small dynamic going on, and that is because it's already happening that certain oligarchs are already losing their money. They're turning into wallets for Putin, and then there's also some things that look like cleaning up loose ends. The oligarch that got taken down, the big criminal, big boss in St. Petersburg that used to be the direct contact for Putin, smacks a little bit of taking out somebody who might be a bit of a danger to you, or have some information that was damning on you, some evidence. And there's another one yesterday, too. I find it suspicious that 57-year-old Alexei Koroshenko was found dead in his apartment, having hanged himself on his balcony. And he was the deputy director of Avia Group, which is the company that manages the aviation terminals at Sheremetyevo and Pulkovo, and also operates the helipad on Valam Island up in his reserve. But the big thing is, also owns the service center that did the maintenance on Prigozhin's plane but certainly just before his last fatal flight. Some of what's going on here, of people, suiciding, getting arrested and imprisoned and having their assets take off of them, looks to be cleaning up kind of loose ends in Putin's reign to maybe protect him somehow from other hawks or bad publicity if they decide to try to do some public, if some group of oligarchs together and tries to publicly shame him and drive him out of office or use it for their justifications for removing him. Some of the people that would have evidence against Putin have died or probably are on their way to dying in a prison right now. So the skullduggery in Russia is just unbelievable. Decoding?
Yeah, I see no prospect. I see every prospect of Putler losing power and losing control, and a new set of Putlers coming in. But I see no prospect. I think the evidence is in everything you and Mockers and Natalka post. Like, these people, none of them ever make the link between the war. I'm literally programming one of the best new tools that I've come up with for programming a neural network algorithm to detect distant folklore in the wild. I don't mind revealing here because it is internal incoherence. This is a real disaster. The logical thing is to double down. No, the logical thing is to withdraw. And there isn't literally any evidence in the information space of anyone with that in mind. Now, they may have it secretly in their mind or not. Who cares? Who knows? But everything we see in this economist campaign on behalf of the oligarchs is all part of this thing that when Putler goes, they'll be like, oh, now we have a man of peace. He's a real Democrat. And they think they're going to hang on to Crimea. They think they're going to hang on to parts of Ukraine. But I'm pretty 100% sure that Budanov and probably the Tripathi, I know Budanov because he's on record as saying, the only way this ends is when we take control, when Russia loses its nuclear weapons and all of that stuff. So I think there's a firm understanding of where this ends on their side. But on the Russia side, if they had any awareness, they would just leave Ukraine now and they could keep their state and Putin. But there's no evidence that it's been so obvious since early March 2022 to me, and I'm on record as saying, and to many others, this is how you keep your Russia. But they keep on doubling down, and now they're going to do it again with a new mobilization. So yeah, no prospect in my humble opinion.
Well, I have something for your neural network model. The litmus test nice. Is this person ready to lead Russia? The litmus test is, we've got to stop this war and get the fuck out of Ukraine. If they're willing to say that, anything else is possible. But if they're not willing to say that, they have this terminal cognitive dissonance that they will not or cannot make a connection between what's happening to them, all the bad shit, and the fact that they're at war in Ukraine. That we've got to keep it up at all costs mentality.
100%. Literally, you have no idea how I'm working with a frontier model with Mythos, and it was basically impossible for us to find any Russian so-called dissident. So this is the category of dissident, apart from Sergei Sumleny and Ilya Ponomarev. Couldn't find anyone else properly or in any structure who was talking about the withdrawal of Crimea. Even the so-called Russiast opposition, all those media outlets hiding in Latvia and Estonia and stuff, they only ever report other people's quotes about Crimea. They never make an editorial like The Guardian would or The Washington Post would saying,
the only other one is Gary Kasparov.
Exactly, I was thinking that as I was talking. But then we know he's part of the Khodorkovsky kind of part. They're good. They're better than Karamazov, but basically none of them are talking about a violent struggle in, basically Ponomarev wins on the other thing, which no one else does, apart, again, from Sergei Sumleny. They put their money where their mouth is. They went into Kursk. They're talking about overthrowing the Russian state because that's the only future. All of the other opposition are like, let's do, you know what I mean? Anyway, I see Jennie's got her hand up. Out.
Thanks, Decoding. Great, always have you here. The perspective on that and the mental models. Actually, Ioana's very into that as well. Jennie.
Your conversation was so much better than what I'm going to bring to the table. I just want to know, did the guy that was found dead, whose name I didn't bother putting into my memory bank, did he shoot himself in the back first, or did he just hang himself? And why did he choose the
Hung
balcony?
himself on his balcony.
That is such an odd thing to do, though. Like, why the balcony?
So what it is you want to kill the mentality seems to be he wanted to kill himself, but he wanted to be found, essentially.
Yeah,
In Russian tradition, you can hang meat on the balcony to dry. So maybe, he was just doing traditional stuff.
And can you imagine being in the building across the way from him where they said, "Oh, Alexei's got a nice piece of meat hanging up there," and then they look closer. Sorry, I've gone too far. Let's see, Jennie or Ioana. Is there another subject you want to move on to after this?
I do have a
I'm not sure about the hands. I'm not sure about the hands because I see a lot of hands. So
Do
maybe
you? That's good because I don't see hands. You shout out a hand.
Yeah, I see Lexecon, Vatniksoep, Jennie, and Decoding, but maybe this is just a glitch for me. So if anyone wants to speak,
Lexi, go ahead.
No, that
if you could,
that's a ghost.
Go ahead.
The ghost hand, not me.
Ghost
yeah,
hand.
so maybe
I hate the
all
ghost
of these,
hand.
maybe all of these are ghost hands. Yeah, I don't have many subjects. We were talking about autumn. Apparently there is a Russian person that is speaking about there will be a lot of risk of autumn bankruptcies if the interest rate stays up like this. But the problem is, all these problems with the fuel and increasing prices of fuel basically are like pushing towards a higher inflation. So to be honest, I don't think it's the moment to decrease the interest rate. But apparently, they predict a lot of bankruptcies because of the cumulative effect. Guess what? There are negative economic factors in Russia. This is a new thing. Apparently, there is low demand, and there are a lot of problems with loans and so on. So yeah, they announce autumn bankruptcy as if it's some kind of a harvest, and I thought this is quite nice. I do have a few other things, but I just wanted to see your comments on the new strikes on Wildberries facilities because there were two new in Krasnodar and Stavropol, if I'm not mistaken. And my God, those are, striking images. It's like, volcanoes or something. It's like a natural phenomenon.
That's it. They're Wildberry volcanoes.
Yeah, I've never seen fires like this, to be honest. I mean, even the refinery fires are not so impressive. I don't know what they store in those facilities, but my God, what fires. And have you seen the pink liquid oozing from a Wildberry?
And look at the fires themselves. All these things have a little bit of a purple hue on them. They're very wild, but that's why I call them Wildberry volcanoes.
And Wildberry juice. That's the Wildberry juice.
Yeah, and they ooze Wildberry juice as well when they're doing it. I'm sure there are.
I don't know. It's fire retardant powder or something like this combined with the water. it's something that they store inside. I mean, I asked not Google. I asked Google, and it said, yeah, maybe they are storing magenta hair coloring or something like this. That was really funny. So it's a magenta hair coloring, maybe.
The thing about, here's the two comments I'll make about these Wildberries things. The first is, by the time they respond to these things effectively, the entire facilities are ablaze, and you know, this points to me the fact that Wildberries had in 2024, when the facility burned down in St. Petersburg, that wasn't even a Ukrainian attack at that time. There was a big scandal about the fire protection system not being connected up. And, you know, go into any warehouse facility like this, go to your Bunnings, go to your go to your epicenter or whatever you've got in Romania, and you'll notice high up in the rafters that they've all got a fixed in place fire deluge system with sprinkler heads, and those were found not to be connected up when they looked at the February 2024 fire in St. Petersburg, and I guarantee you they didn't learn anything in 2 years at Wildberries from that scandal and investigation, because these facilities, I guarantee you, from looking at how fast the fires propagated, yeah, they're full of lots of plastics, and yeah, they're probably stuff crammed to the gunnels inside there, and lots of other stuff. But these fires just progress; they propagate way too fast to have any internal fire detection, alarm, and suppression system at all. And that is just standard practice for big warehouse facilities these days, especially if you're holding valuable stuff like this. You know, if you were holding some commodity with very little value, but these are all multiple, you know, this is all highest value add stuff before retail sale. It just makes no sense not to have fire protection in it. But they not only don't have fire protection insurance, they're not, or protection equipment, they're also not insured appropriately for what's going on, which is why they rewrote their terms and conditions a bare 11 days. So that's the first thing. The second thing I'll say is, obviously, you don't hit 5 Wildberries facilities without trying to make a point. And the point is, they're dual use facilities. There is an amount of military supply through these things, probably even a little bit more than we know. But the vast majority of Wildberries would be like the vast majority of Nova Pochta's work. Most of it isn't related to the military, but some of it is. And Russia has been taking for several years the opportunity to knock out Nova Pochta facilities all over Ukraine, more than a dozen identified in 2026. And it appeared to me that they were actually actively targeting them, which Russia, wouldn't admit. But this is Ukraine taking the opportunity. See, the gasoline strikes are one. The gasoline lines, the fuel supply, that's a problem, and that'll stay on. The continual building of pressure in Russia now includes knocking out their convenience. They've become so tied to Wildberries and ozone that they're making a huge example of Wildberries because it was taken over through that whole uproar that they had with the divorce and the factions fighting. It was taken over. They started to accept military type material to be traded through the site. It started to be held and controlled a little bit closer as an asset for the Russian government, and people involved in it are known, associates of criminal elements and people tied to the security service. So it's an example they can make to bring home to the population of Russia: you're at war out here in the West where it makes a difference. Nobody can overlook a Wildberries volcano. They make such a massive display. It will probably bankrupt Wildberries, and I'll be wrong, because I thought they were going to bankrupt Lukoil first with refinery drone strikes, but that would take one more trip to Perm. But they're going to probably bankrupt Wildberries here, cause massive disruption in consumer supply of stuff in Russia, make the point to everybody in Russia that you're at war, and just keep up the pressure, and along with the additional effects it's going to have on inflation and from gasoline and problems related to foodstuffs and all the things that have been consolidated, I guess I'd say, inside Wildberries, because yeah, it's kind of like Amazon for Russia. But I'd suggest to you that the concentration of sales through Amazon and Ozone in Russia is probably even more extreme than it has been in America and other places in Europe. So I applaud it. I applaud it. Very few people
Yeah,
getting killed, maximum damage being done, and a major point being made to Russia that you're at war.
exactly. So it is proven that a visual representation, visual helps in learning. So for the Russians, the visuals of these storage facilities on fire will be very helpful to learn that they are indeed at war. And so Russia did strike Nova Poshta facilities. I thought the first was in 2022, but I asked Google, and it said that it was in October 2023, sorting facility in Kharkiv. I'm not sure about this. As far as I remember, there were strikes on Nova Poshta even in 2022, but it really doesn't matter. They kind of have this habit of striking Nova Poshta facilities, and the other, I don't remember the name. There is another
And they
postal.
have ramped up this year.
Yeah, and they have ramped up this year, and they did strike a few epicenter or I don't know, large facilities in Ukraine. I don't remember this kind of fire though.
Now, those they
But they
started striking in 2022, and Russia said at the time they're striking the epicenters because military personnel get equipment there to
exactly.
build fortifications and everything.
Exactly. So this is a lesson of don't do to others what you don't like be done to yourself. And indeed, they are dual use. There are dual use materials that are in these facilities, and I think the impact on the economy is quite significant. Not only on the military, but on the economy. We have seen several, small business or medium business owners that say that they are bankrupt because Wildberries actually modified the insurance recently. So the drone strikes are under the force majeure thing, so there will be no reimbursement for this kind of damages. So yeah, the impact on the economy will be quite significant. The impact on the military possibly significant, and the visual impact of the images. I mean, they are circling the world right now, and it's absolutely, terrifying to be near one and to see the sky covered in clouds of smoke. Like it looks like a natural catastrophe or something. Back to
So,
you.
what do you think's up next? The rebuilt one in St. Petersburg, the big one in Yekaterinburg, or the one in Omsk?
Oh, I don't know. Saint Petersburg sounds good, and Omsk is quite far, but I don't know. Whatever. I mean, we
Well, they
have a new
obviously can
bingo
make it
card.
to Omsk, right?
Yeah, they can make it to Omsk. We have seen with the refinery, so they can do it. I don't know. They protect those those storage facilities with what? With machine guns? With maybe we will see panzers on the top of the Wildberries soon. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Kirill, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, but Zdenka was first.
Oh, sorry, I can't see
I'm
hands.
happy.
I'm sorry, Zdenka. Zdenka,
I'm
then
happy.
Kirill, then Decoding. If your hand's up and I haven't just named you, wave at me.
I have a quick question, but I'm happy for Kirill to go first.
No, you go ahead. He said you go ahead.
Oh. I just wanted to ask about Major General Khmara, the head of the SBU, who's now the
Otherwise
acting.
known as instant karma.
Khmara is actually a cloud.
Yeah, but I like calling him instant karma.
Okay. So he's in the military at the moment. If he were
SBU,
to,
yes.
if he were to be appointed as defence minister, I don't know how Parliament works over there. I assume he would have to become a civilian.
Correct.
And okay, I feel like that will be a really big loss, not only to SBU but to all the long range strikes and all the stuff that he's involved with, if he moves into a kind of a broader role looking after the whole ministry. And I sort of don't.
Well, he already moved from the head of SBU Alpha, which is doing those strikes, to being the overall head of SBU when the head of SBU moved across to DIU earlier. So I don't know. Do you think the guy who's running Alpha now is not good?
Hang on. He was Hmara, Major General Hmara was the head of SBU, and he's now just acting in the role of Defence Minister.
Correct, but before he was head of overall SBU, he was the head of SBU Alpha. And, the progression has seemed to work fine, moving people around. They seem to have a relatively deep bench, I think, Zdenka. Do you think that the people who are below the top rank are not ready to move up?
No, I just fear, loss of his leadership in that sort of military, very strategic military role might be a big loss if he moves to.
I think it's and I don't know him personally, but it really depends to Kamara, because if he gives up his military commission and leaves that to become a civilian, that might be very disappointing to him. And I don't know what his long-term ambitions are. But
yes, that's how I'm thinking of it. Like leaving the military, gotcha. I assume would be a very big decision. And I assume that's part of the reason that you haven't heard about that change yet, that he's been given time to think about it, because it sounds like he's been offered the role. And then looking at Fedorov is an MP. He's been an MP in the Servant of the People Party this whole time. And I'm thinking of the Australian and the English system. The ministers usually come from Parliament. So,
they do.
And ministers form cabinet. So how can General Hamada step down and then suddenly be part of cabinet?
So he gives up his military commission, and he becomes one of the not necessarily a member of Parliament, but an independent minister that can also be put in. Like when in Victoria or West Australia, sometimes the ministers that get put into government aren't actually current members of Parliament, although they usually previously were.
I don't think that happens.
It does here in West Australia.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Fedorov would still be an MP at the end of this, but without a role in cabinet.
Without a portfolio, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I just find all that intriguing. And last question to Ioana, or to Decoding. I found that image of Laura Loomer sitting with her McDonald's in front of a burnt-out building very, very strange. What is she trying to say with that picture? I mean, is that just...
She's trying to say, I'm here, I'm famous. Look, I'm in a war zone. I'm trendy, I'm hot, whatever. I don't care what she's there to say. I don't want to hear another word about Laura Loomer until she raises more money than Jake Bro. She's got a profile that's absolutely huge. If she wants to prove to me that she's not just a star fucker looking for her next role, then she needs to raise some serious dosh.
Sure. I just found it really...
I don't know. To be honest, sorry, because... finish.
So just quickly, it's like, what is the point of that image? Totally burnt out building. So Ukrainians have lost their homes, but they're still able to cook up her McDonald's meal. I mean, what is that image about? It's very weird. Thank you.
Well, she tried to, and people make the point, Zdenka, that that's the McDonald's that has been struck now twice, and it's like bulletproof because it has now its bulletproof roof glass. She was probably trying to, play off that meme, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be an attempt to hint at the resilience of Ukraine. Might be an attempt to hint at the fact that she's in a war zone. I don't like her at all. For me, she is an opportunist. I think she received money for doing propaganda for Russia. I don't know why she turned now and she's supporting Ukraine. I mean, it's a good thing that she's saying some things out loud. And I kind of respect that, even if I don't respect her. What bothers me is that, for example, the 400 million that were supposed to go to Ukraine apparently won't go to Ukraine this year, and maybe not even next year. And I'm seeing in Russia that they are commenting that those money will be going to Ukraine in 2029 after Trump will no longer be president, hopefully, hopefully. So what bothers me is that whatever she is posting, McDonald's burnt buildings, I'm in Ukraine and so on and so forth, she is not doing enough to change, the opinion of the Congress and so on. And not only her, but many of the supporters of Ukraine. I mean, come on, the Congress in the US should wake up and should understand what is happening in this world. I really don't get it, because it's not in American interest not to support Ukraine, and to be now approving a war that is it's only bringing problems to United States and to the world. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Kirill.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for having me. Just a comment or to extend what you commented about the fire and fumes. Well, you've been working in in Russia. You know how the things done there. I think it's with the Wildberries is a perfect example of typical a corruption case, a showcase, because in general it's definitely cheaper for builders to bribe the fire approving commission rather than using proper materials. So, and it's not a surprise. So it's like the huge warehouse is built probably with cheapest plastic panels inside instead of normal fireproof walls and doors. And yeah, you mentioned that the fire extinguishing is probably not working. Highly probably yes. And there was another quite a well-known case of fire in shopping mall back then. I think it was 2012 or sort of in Zimняя Вишня as a winter cherry stating, and it was all the necessary mechanisms was in place. The fire doors, sprinklers, they either didn't work or were wittingly blocked by goods or anyhow, or even fire doors, fire escape doors was really blocked or chained with padlocks. So the procedure cannot.
And that has been in evidence here in Tambov as well, Kirill. The employees reported that they weren't let out of the building. They were moved to the far end of the building before that building started to burn all the way to the ground. And once it reached the adjacent space to the one they were in, the management all abandoned the place, and these people all had to escape through one narrow hallway and get out. And yeah, I mean, I don't think they learned anything from that fire in 2024. I think that if they did learn anything, you're probably right. They probably paid off the inspectors to overlook the exact same problems that were all at all the other Wildberries facilities. And I don't think they give two shits about their employees, because when in St. Petersburg caught on fire, remember, they made everybody go through the strip check sort of
so they don't
area
steal the goods. Yeah.
because
exactly.
They were worried about pilfering.
Yeah, so that's the case. And even if commission formally take place, it's usually just a formality. Like for the moment of the approval, then yeah, you have everything in place. Okay, so like extinguisher, sprinklers, everything is okay. So then here you receive your check mark, you receive your stamp, And then after that, the sprinklers will be shut off, and the fire escape routes will be piled with with the goods. It's so
So
typical.
as soon as you're done with your performance testing on your fire protection system on only one leg of it, to tell the inspector, look, we'll show you how this works, but you don't want to see it all, right? You just want to see one leg. One leg gets fired up, the sprinklers happen, because it makes a big mess when you test them. So they fire it up, test it out. One goes, and they go, yep, that all works. And then you don't tell them the fact that you don't have enough pumping to service the entire facility. Oh, and by the way, as soon as it was done, we put the chains back on the door and we sold the pumps. That's the sort of thing that you would see.
Yeah. So here we
Because
go.
look at how incredibly fast these fires propagated to 100,000 square meters in size in just an hour or two. By the time we have good photos of these things, they're already fully alight. It's this is no fire protection here. And then they fly one helicopter in with a bucket full of fire retardant. It's the most pathetic looking thing you've ever seen, frankly.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, next one. I'm done.
Thanks, Kirill. Go ahead, decoding. I saw you drop your hand, but I don't hear you speaking yet. And I seem to have lost Ioana. Having some space issues here. Jennie, you go ahead while I try to get Ioana up.
I have a funny story from my neck of the woods that I thought I should share with you guys. So Åland is an island. Actually, it's a group of islands between Sweden and Finland. They are owned by they belong to Finland, which is really funny because they're not part of the EU. And so we all travel there on ferries that sell cheap alcohol that you can take home. Anyways, this set of islands was a part of them having no military, was part of the peace treaty from the Finnish Winter War and the Continuation War. And they have a Russian consulate. They don't have an embassy. And yesterday it was discovered that somebody had left penis-shaped little statues outside of the Russian embassy. And the police have been brought in to investigate to see if it was if it's a crime. Oh yeah, and those little penises also have on the head. It has the face of Putin. So the Åland people they're showing what they think of Putin. That is my funny story for today. Little tiny penises surrounding there were only just 4, but in front of the Russian.
That's funny. Ioana, we got you back?
Yeah, I'm up. And it's really funny. Jennie's story is really funny. Yeah, the face of Putin.
Yes, indeed. Oh, so let's see what else. There was the fire in Amavir that Mockers didn't tell you about and left to me. There's actually 2 different different fuel depots in Amavir to the west side of the city. Both, well, one reasonably sized, one small. But the key with these oil transfer facilities, these product transfer facilities here, is that they're very strategically located. They're on the rail line. They're about a third the way from Stavropol to Krasnodar, and they fit into this pattern of oil storage depots that have been knocked out around Krasnodar, Stavropol, Rostov, these areas where it appears that Ukraine is attempting to knock out the capability for Russia to distribute products that it produces easily and knock out any bulk that they do have there, given that they've already got storage. They've already got shortages, so anything that is in store is at a premium as well. But I noticed when I was looking at that facility that looks to be well alight and will probably burn down at least a couple of those tanks, that there's an airbase in Amavir too. down in the south part of the city, just a little place that they sneakily call just aerodrome. They don't give it a name, but I'll tell you, that is not a civilian airport, folks. That is a military airport. There are an absolute shed load of Su-27s and Su-24 Frogfoot aircraft, ground attack aircraft, and their second best fighter aircraft that were stationed at that facility when that photograph was taken. Now, they move these around, and they have dozens and dozens of these small airports all over Krasnodar and Stavropol and Rostov and everywhere. These drop-in runway type things that Russia makes are an absolute scads of them. So there's no guarantee that there are planes here now, but this will be one of the types of facilities that Magyar's birds will move on to as they start to work their way through Krasnodar, as they've started. Right, they've knocked out all the vessels that they probably could get off the Sea of Azov. They're up to 8 more vessels today, on mostly on the Black Sea now. So 196 vessels knocked out, but it's clearly been slowing down. And we've seen that Magyar's birds have moved onshore and are now taking out the air defense radars and the air defense systems in Krasnodar around Yeskin and the western parts of that area. So you'll see them then be able to move farther into Krasnodar with these drones going on these hunting trips, and they'll go to the places that I've accidentally identified. These air bases out in Krasnodar will be a prime target, because this is where Russia will fall back to and be firing its ground attack. Its ground attack capacity will move back and have to be launched from here as the bases in Crimea become untenable. And I suggest to you that even the missile launches of Russia today suggest that Crimea is becoming untenable, because the K-59 and they launched one Iskander from Crimea. I suggest to you that they are taking off planes and launching stock that they have remaining there before it gets found and killed by Ukraine, because Ukraine has a lot of, they basically have kind of a localized low-level air superiority over all of Crimea. It Kurt's all the way out there. Every night you see them hunting substations to keep the power off. Any place that the oil gas facilities, they're not having the military facilities, the drone area at Vartskaya. They are about cleaning that out, and as they clean that out, Russia will evacuate its aircraft from there over to Krasnodar, and we'll see Magyar's birds continue hunting targets on the Sea of Azov in Krasnodar and deeper into the country as they clear out air defense and radar. I see Marcus has joined us. Marcus?
Yeah, just a little one that I thought I would bring to you, because I feel like it deserves a mention. Have you noticed that Budanov has opened his little red book of assholes and is just crossing people off the list now? There's another guy he was called Batman, and that's kind of the reason why I put the title on my Holy Burning Wildberries Batman, because Batman is no more. He was Roman Vnikov, and he was shot in his own car with a PM pistol with a silencer. And there is, let's just say there's a blurred video that proves that he's definitely brown bread. But he was the officer of the 5th Separate Motorised Rifle Brigade of the 1st Army Corps of the DPR, and a figurehead of the Mirotovets base. Previously, he participated in a group called Oplot and the Shield of Donbass, who carried out what's called cleanups and filtration, which, is basically just murdering people.
Yeah, it's basically being Einsatzgruppen in the modern age.
Yeah, forced deportation of civilians and exploitation of Ukrainians into slave labour as well. So, not a nice guy. And he must have been in Budanov's book, I expect.
And yes, he was, and killed by that same group of Budanov's team that killed the other bloke in Russia proper the other day. And whew, you know how they say about executions that if you're a rookie, you hit them with a long range rifle, and if you're an absolute pro, you get them with a knife or a silenced pistol right up against the head. And these guys are clearly have some expertise at this type of wet work because they've gotten both these guys. And well, so far for this Batman's killer, no reports by Russia that they've been apprehended. So the key to a successful assassination operation is you get the video and you get exfiltrated, and both of these guys have. So yeah, very good news that the book will have some room in it by the time the year's end, Mockers. Mr. Vatniksoep.
Yeah, you were talking about Laura Loomer. Sorry, I had to get back to that. So the place where she was Lukyanivka, and it's actually the place in Kiev that has been hit the most of all the places. And she was, of course, near that McDonald's that became famous for that burnt letter. I think from her kind of perspective, you want to get an American audience showing how close that McDonald's is near to that Burntown factory is a smart move, PR-wise, basically. I'm not a fan of Laura Loomer, don't get me wrong. I just wanted to explain a little bit about Lukyanivka because I have been there a lot. So there was this big store over there on the other side of where the McDonald's is. And, well, not store, basically a factory. And apparently there were some parts for the military being made, missiles, components, etc. And the Russians struck that area like a couple of years back already, and they basically destroyed like big parts of the upper part of the factory. But the story is that they kept continuing hitting this place, and apparently the rumor goes that there is a down floor, like there is a basement apparently where, according to some rumors, operations are still going on, but the layer of concrete is so thick that the missiles are just not penetrating it. So Russia has been maybe 10 times already been hitting these same areas around this place and not succeeding. Because hitting the building in itself was already quite difficult for them. That only succeeded a few times. And then, getting through that whole big concrete slab is virtually impossible. So I just wanted to stress this because if people living there, I've visited people who had their windows being repaired 3 times now because of the explosions, which is it's really abnormal. And the other thing I wanted to stress here is that what Russia is doing there, people say, oh yeah, you see, but they're at least trying to hit military targets. But at the same time, you see a lot of impact of cluster munitions in the buildings. You see all these small holes, etc. So even when Russia is hitting military targets, do know that they always try to kill as many civilians as well by these cluster munitions. So that was about Lukyanivka. You mentioned the O-plot. Sorry, I had to get back on that one as well. So the O-plot was basically a group of a criminal organization that was supportive of Yanukovych. They were basically this group of gym rats, and their leader Alexander Zakharchenko basically was put by Russia as the leader of the Donbass. He was one of the first leaders, and it's interesting enough that he already was killed a couple of years ago. Even prior 2020, by an explosion, as was his nephew or brother. I think one of them also was high in command. So it's really interesting if you start seeing those figures of the early stages of that war in 2014. Not many of them are alive anymore. So I'm really happy that they got this guy as well.
Yeah, me too. Anybody who was involved in the occupying forces. I'm very glad that they get those, especially when Mockers was reading out this guy's CV. Anybody who's said they operated or were in charge of operation of filtration camps, sorry, they got to go. So yeah, that's good news. Ioana, I see we're after 6. I'll cover a couple more stories, and people, please, if you still want to participate, you can. I'll cover a couple more things if you want to. If you have anything else.
No, it's good. I just wanted to, because you talked about this, Krasnodar was really struck several times that last night. So Krasnodar is very important because it's close to Ukraine. I just wanted to mention this. Also, Crimea. Apparently, there were a lot of things happening in Crimea, and the situation there is still very bad. I mean, they have problems with electricity, with fuel supply, with food supply, with a lot of things. So yeah, it's advancing as we know. There was one other interesting thing I wanted to mention. Apparently, because of the several multiple strikes in the vicinity of Moscow airports, they decided to change the height limit for the planes. So basically, the planes are now have to go on a lower approach to the airport. I don't know why they chose this, but apparently this is a thing that they done. The problem is this is more risky, and but as I said, this is more risky for the planes, and the fuel consumption increases because when you fly lower, the air is denser, so you consume more fuel. So I think this is an interesting thing. Back to you.
Thanks, Ioana. So if you missed it yesterday, I just want to cover off some things that you might have missed yesterday from when I went back before I was on. Really good strike at Kalino Airfield yesterday. Now, Kalino is up in Kursk, Russia, well up behind the lines inside Russia that they were able to hunt down a MiG-29 jet and a Pantsir S-1 air defense system at Kalino and take it out. And these are the second line airfields inside Russia that I think are going to become more and more of a focus as we move through, especially as they get a hold of FP7 ballistic missiles that they can use, because all these airfields, any air, if you've got time on target information, like at that the one in Krasnodar I just showed the picture of, if they have a current satellite photo that shows that there are planes there, or planes there turning around and getting refueled and rebombed or munitions loaded, like they did at Engels the other day, you're going to see this type of activity happen more and more. We've seen one knocked out at Engels. We see this, a Pantsir and a MiG-29 taken out here with drones. So if they can find these things just on hunting trips, they can find these things with their satellite and down long range look down radar capabilities. And if you know those planes are there and you reckon they're still going to be there in 5 minutes, you can launch an FP7 right now and catch them on the ground and kill them. I think we're going to see a lot of planes in the next 3 months caught on the ground and killed inside Russia proper, and that'll also be a really good message for Russia. An F-16 born in 1989 is confirmed to have shot down that Su-35. So this is a Gen 4 aircraft that has shot down a Gen 4.5 aircraft of Russia with the standard fit-out AIM-120 missile a few weeks ago over Russian territory. It's good news. A 1989 aircraft shot down a aircraft born in the mid 2000s, probably 2005 or 6, the vintage of that aircraft. So that's good news if you're trying to compare apples with apples on who makes good planes and who doesn't. Wait till you see the performance of something like a Gripen or a Rafale. Is all I can say. Wait, because those are the planes, the Gripen and Rafale, those are the planes that are supposed to be going up against Su-35s. Imagine how good they're going to be when the F-16s can already take them out. So that's good news. Russia steps on its dick here in propaganda on Channel 1, the major headline channel. They were trying to do a woe is me for their audience and say how bad and how nasty and how horrible those Ukrainians are for killing our convoys in Mariupol. Except what they forgot is the video that they showed on the television shows what appears to be a cargo vessel or a cargo truck that they're saying was burned out by those nasty terrorists, but it's got a whole bunch of hidden fuel compartments in it, because we know what Russia's doing. Russia is hiding fuel in milk tankers, in what appear to be cargo vessels. They're building shacks around fuel tanks to make them look like they're just standard cargo. Whatever. Nice try, Russia. Major fail. Try to do your homework next time if you're going to put out some black propaganda, you filthy pieces of shit. And then news that's undeniable for people. Look around what the supermarket in Donetsk has to offer you in Donetsk. Honestly, it looks like they just finished building this place, this shopping center. Or, it's like a major Tesco or some warehouse place. It looks like, well, it kind of looks like the inside of an epicenter. If you've ever been to an epicenter in Ukraine, not much kit. I mean, very, very slim pickings. It looks like there's been a zombie apocalypse already, and they've raided that store. That's in Donetsk, folks. Imagine how bad it is now in Crimea. And we don't hear the stories coming out because this isn't exciting anymore. But I can tell you, there's still fuel shortages in Russia. There are still supply shortages all through this occupied area. And the rate of attacks by the mid-range strikes have not yet peaked, if you believe Magyar. Magyar said that the scale and scope of the attacks that they're doing in mid-range is not yet peaked out. So wait till you see what happens tomorrow. And with that, I will probably sign off for today. And I get tomorrow off, but I'll be back Friday for This Week in Absurdistan. And I'm sure we'll build up at least a week worth of Absurdistan by then anyway. Ioana, is there anything else you want to talk about before we go? Or do you see any hands? I don't.
No, I don't see any hands. So I guess we could end it now. I promise for the next time I'll try to do a downgrade of the app so that I could properly co-host. So yeah.
Back to the future.
This is me.
No, you're doing fine. There's so many faults with this app anyway. It doesn't matter. We have two co-hosts. I can't see hands sometimes anyway. In any case, it's always great to sit with you for a couple hours after the Boom Report on Wednesday. Continue to do so, everybody, whether or not she can co-host properly or not. And it's always great to sit with you, Ioana. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Will. So I guess we could end the space now?
Indeed we can. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smrt Voraham.
Join us for the radio. We look forward to seeing you again. Your audience. Your audience.